Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How's the loot dropping today? We are going to be continuing our Ice King Mystic playthrough, pushing into Ashes of Malmuth content over in Ugdenbog. But before we do, we have a few things to finish off in terms of our character development. So firstly, since last stream, I've made one change, and that is on these boots. We were re-rolling these, I believe, last stream. I think we crafted them at the blacksmith in Devil's Crossing, picked a few of the best ones, and re-rolled the affixes. I was trying to get the corrupted peaks suffix, but primarily I was also trying to fix the prefix, so I settled for a so-so affix or suffix and just focused on prefix re-rolling. After the stream on Friday, I went back to these boots, and in 3 rolls I got lucky and managed to get the corrupted peaks suffix. So that's boosting our Bone Chilling Cry, which is our resistance reduction skill, by another 2 levels, always helpful. I decided to do one more thing. This medal. Now, this medal is good. It's helpful for what we're trying to do. It boosts our damage, it boosts our pet damage, it gives us a reasonable modifier for Hellhound, but I think we can do better. So I farmed up these Hellion's Crests, and we're going to be trying to get the, I believe it's called the Cruel Desires suffix, which gives us additional points into Hellhound. We already have our Hellhound maxed out. We're going to be redirecting those points elsewhere, improving our survivability. So I have these, what is it, like 15 of these medals, and we're going to be seeing if we can get the right... I'm going to be focusing on the suffix, the prefixes. None of these are great, but the suffix is what we're after. And after we finish that, we're going to... I think I have enough resources to start applying ascended affixes to all of my gear. So that's why we are back in Kernholt, because that's the only place where we can do this. So we're going to be basically finishing off the character setup. After that, the only thing that's left to do is to go to Barrowholm, which we haven't reached yet, and buy up their augments. We're already revered with them because I made contact with Skorfegdenor, the leader of Barrowholm, in this expansion already. I don't know if I can see it on the map. It is in Ulos Springs, so I should be able to see where it is. Yeah, over here. This is where we met Skorfegdenor. I unfortunately wasn't recording that. So we already have revered, so we don't have to farm any reputation with Barrowholm. We just get there, buy everything, and we're set. Maybe the shopkeep won't unlock until we complete a certain quest, so maybe we need to do a few things there, but otherwise we should be prepped and ready to go. So, also I managed to... I was checking something for in preparation for the next build that I'm going to be making. I was checking a certain shopkeep in this expansion. To get to that shopkeep, I needed to run through some bloodbound enemies. In just a small handful of runs, I killed apparently enough bloodbound to get revered with Kernhold. So I've bought their weapon augment, the potent Amatox Feast, giving us additional health, defensive ability, and % damage. Our previous augment was also good, but this feels a little bit better. And also got this augment for our mobility skill, reducing its cooldown by 1 second. I already have it applied here, but I bought a second one because we're going to be swapping our medal. So let's see what we can roll into. I want to be focusing on the ones that have the rare suffix already present. So that will be Cruel Designs. Oh, wait, I didn't even notice. Okay, ignore me. We already have Cruel Designs. I could have sworn I didn't get it. Oh well, perfect. Then that makes our life a lot easier, because now we only need to focus on the prefix. I am looking for What was the name? I'm actually gonna alt tab and check my build on Grim Tools. Thank you, Grim Tools, for existing. Spiritualist. I want the Spiritualist prefix. It's not necessary, but it's helpful. So, prefixes. Aggressive. Again, we are trying to roll into double rare, so might take a few rolls. But given that we already have the right suffix, I think it's worth investing into this medal more than I normally would. Maniacal. Okay, so we have a rare prefix. Now we just need to roll into the right type. Imposing, that's physical damage. Basically anything that boosts our damage, so like cold damage or elemental damage increases, we'll take. I'm not gonna be super picky. It's rolling. Demonic, no. Sentinels, that's the wrong damage type. Oh, it's already costing 7. That's painful. We could take this. The percent damage is not useful, but the piercing damage gets converted by our set into cold. I could use this. I'm gonna check what Cutthroats does exactly in terms of prefixes. So Cutthroat is cunning and pierce resistance. I think I can do better. Druids, that's not great. Just want cold damage. Butchers, probably not. Oh, we're starting to dip below 100. Okay, I'm gonna give it 3 more rolls. Harmonious, that's not great. Tempest, elemental damage. I'll stick with this. What does Tempest do exactly? Tempest is elemental damage, energy, offensive ability, elemental resistance, bleeding resistance. We don't need the resistances, but at least it has relevant percent damage. So we're gonna keep this. That was very expensive, but it was worth it, I think. It also gives us the fire damage modifier to Hellhound. Importantly, that's converted because of our set making the entirety of Hellhound cold. So we're fine on that front. So now we need to craft an Arcane Spark. I'm gonna keep this medal just in case. So that's not a blacksmith, this is a blacksmith. So Arcane Spark. Come on, let me type. Spark. There we go. For our disruption protection. Apply this. Swap over. And we also want to apply an illusion, not that it's important. I was using the Crest of Winter's Fortitude. Hopefully I will have enough Ashes of Awakening to get the Ascended Affixes. Otherwise we might have to farm for a little bit. Crest of Winter Fortitude should be somewhere in here. There it is. Okay, now this is gonna be the first time I'm ascending an item. So we should actually... This lets me move a little faster. Let's see what we can roll into. None of the Ascended Affixes are necessary for our build. So it's more like just looking if we can get anything relevant, really. We need to go to this guy. And let's start with... It actually doesn't matter. That is expensive. So one thing that we're going to run out of is soul fragments, but I have soul echoes, which I can transform into soul fragments. I'm also not going to have enough aspects of Baranath, but again, those can be transformed into from Frozen Aster. So let's see what we can get. 400 health. Hey, I'm not going to say no to that. Pants. 150 health, 20 offensive ability. Sure. The boots. Amatok Spec now heals us passively. Sure. And 120 health. Again, like, these are not game-changing, but every little bit helps. Okay, that one is kind of bad. 4% crit damage is hardly anything. I think I might reroll that one. Gloves. Curse of Frailty reduces defensive ability, sure. And this is gonna be the last one that I have resources for immediately. Oh, you cannot... Oh no, this already has one, sorry. The medal. Medal is what I skipped. Yeah, medal is what I skipped. Offensive and defensive ability, sure. So, we're going to need one piece, 2 pieces, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to need 30 soul fragments and 1 extra aspect of Berenath. Now, to do that, we need to go to Guardian's Sorrow Rift. And run to the hidden Noctukari faction. No, I missed it. Here it is. Here's the entrance. And from these, there's a blacksmith. Eventually, if you have enough reputation with them, I believe it's on Honored, the blacksmith will move to Kernhold, so you don't have to run here anymore. So the blacksmith is here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to click. And we want, what did I say, 30 soul fragments. And I think I said 1 more aspect of Berenath, but let's make 2. Hell, let's make 3. Okay, that's that. Let's go back to Kernhold. And see what we can come up with. I'm also possibly going to run out of money. Although, no. That should be enough. I might run out of money for re-rolling those affixes, but I should have enough to apply them all. So this is already ascended. This. What did we get? Reduced crowd control duration. Now, this I'm curious about. Does this apply on disruption res? It doesn't. Okay. So this is just trap, petrify, freeze. Now freeze we don't need anymore. Neither do we need slow, which it doesn't even work against. 33, 31. Am I getting +2? Oh, because of plus skills. Yeah, so it's only working on freeze, petrify, trap, and stun, I'm guessing. %5 chance to use Avalanche, that's useless. We cannot use Avalanche, so that's worth rerolling. Again, reduced crowd control duration, we don't need that. I mean, it does help our trap resistance. So I guess... No, it does. It's just capping it. Okay. We can keep those then. Again, passive healing and some health, sure. Not the best, not the worst. Chance to avoid projectiles. Small passive bonus. And finally, health, defensive ability. Okay, so we're just tanking up. So the only one that I really want to reroll is this. And potentially... Where is the crit damage? Is it on the belt? Yeah, the 4% crit damage feels like a nothing burger. So I'm gonna try to reroll that. Now I don't know how expensive that's going to be because some of these items have been rerolled a lot of times already. So I might be running out of resources for that. I don't know if the costs for that are shared. I mean, the sword should be mostly fine. No, it wasn't the sword. Where's the... Why can't I see the affix? Oh, it's up there. Yeah, no, it wasn't the sword, it was the belt and the ring. The ring wasn't rerolled, so that should be fine. Oh, it costs soul fragments to reroll these. Well, that is a problem then. How many more soul echoes do I have? Not many. Okay, I'm gonna convert all of them. because this might take more rerolls, and I also don't know how far it scales. The cost, if it stays the same, or if it just keeps increasing. Again, we're not looking for anything specific, so as long as I reroll into something that at least does anything, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm gonna reroll. I'm gonna leave some soul echoes just in case. Get back to Kernhold.
Need something broken down?
So, this can wait. I primarily want to reroll the thing that just doesn't do anything at all. Crit damage offensive ability, sure. That can stay. But I want something better on this, because also rare items, or like monster frequents, can get better affixes than purples. So, you know, settling for 4% crit damage on a... Oh boy. It's already been rerolled 12 times. Okay, I guess I'm sticking with this. That's too expensive. I'm not blowing that many soul fragments on it. That would take way too long to farm, so everything now has something relatively useful at least. Yeah, I think we can live with this. We didn't get anything game-breaking, definitely. We didn't get like damage bonuses to our Feral Claws or any bonuses to Hellhounds, stuff like that. But this will do. We tanked up at the very least. It gave us a good bunch of extra health, which was one of the things that I was worried about. I got one-shot by the Dread last time, so we want to avoid that. So one more thing, because I got the medal swapped, I am now overcapped on my Hellhound by quite a bit. Okay, it frees up 7 skill points, which we will put into Icebound. Now, Icebound gives us the poison and vitality resistance bonuses don't really matter. The thing that we are after here is, this is an aura. So this is not just increasing our damage, it's also affecting our pets. So if I'm trying to play a hybrid playstyle of pet and player damage, then this is a good way to achieve that. Plus the damage over time, the Frostburn, will stack from our pets. So like our attacks can only apply it once, but our pets can apply it an additional 4 times. Now it will be weaker on the pets than on us, because they not only have less % damage than we do, but they also have a negative 30% total damage modifier, because we have the ability to summon 4 of them instead of just 1. So it's not going to be as effective, but still. This is... And I'm going to be maxing this out, so this is going to be what the remainder of my points will go into. Now, checking my resistances if I need to modify anything. No, my Pierce is great. Yeah, so we just now need to get to Barrowholm and basically apply % health augments onto all of our armor pieces. And then we're set. There's also one more augment in the Coven of Ugdenbog that we can apply to our amulets and our rings, but I only want one of them, because the augments that I have on my jewelry otherwise are technically better. I'm just being greedy. Yes, you're first, Cat Lover. Hello. So, we are done with this part. We are going to go back to Ugdenbog. We need to hunt down Bargol, which is a little bit further ahead. And, there is a challenge dungeon coming up, the Ancient Grove. I am going to avoid it for now, because I am interested in pushing towards Barrowholm, getting my augments, and like finishing the final setup for the build, so that when we do run into the Dread, I want to make sure that I am actually, you know, prepared against it. Which reminds me, did I turn the Dread back on? Or no? Is the Dread... Yeah, the Dread is turned off. Yeah, I'm gonna release it. I turned it off because I was doing a challenge dungeon last time, and I didn't want that to get screwed over. But now, since we are not going to the Ancient Grove yet, I want to test myself against the Dread again. Because I definitely need practice. What do you have to say? Greetings, outsider. I'm told that you are heading into Ugdenbog. Brave of you. I was wondering if you could assist us in an important matter while you are out there. What did you have in mind? Major Malostria has been reaching out across Cairn, calling witches to gather here in relative safety. Once they arrive, their survival becomes my responsibility until they get accustomed to life in Ugdenbog. Most of those that Malostria was able to commune with have arrived, except for a few stragglers. It has been some time though, and we suspect that something has happened to our future sisters. If you find yourself out in Ugdenbog, please look around. See if any of them have gotten lost, or worse, captured by the roaming cannibals. Even though they are not yet under my care, I feel a certain responsibility to their well-being. But I cannot simply leave the refuge. If you do this for me, I will see to it that you are aptly rewarded with some of our supplies. I'll find the missing sisters. Also, forgot one thing. While I was streaming last time, there was an update. Like literally while I was live. That update did a number of things. For me, the important thing is Ice King. I was talking last time about how Ice King was currently bugged if you had all 4 wolves or 3, and you press the summon button on Ice King, which should summon 2 at a time. I don't know why my Nightbot is being overactive. I didn't set it to do that. I will have to look into that. Basically, the hounds were bugged and were only summoning 1 at a time. Now it's fixed, even though it's not shown in the patch notes. Now if I resummon, 2 of them blow up. So that makes the Bomberman playstyle, if you are interested in playing that, makes the Bomberman playstyle a lot more powerful. Basically doubled its power. So the idea of that playstyle is you just keep resummoning the wolves as soon as they come off cooldown thanks to your Feral Claws. Reducing the cooldown, and you just keep blowing them up in enemy faces. That playstyle now got better. That's not what I'm doing, but I'm constantly debating whether or not I maybe should. The second thing that got updated or fixed is these lore notes. So up over in the area that I was talking about earlier, up in here, let's say. Up in here, where the Scorf encounter is, there was inside there were 2 notes. Finry's journal, I believe it was page 2 and page 3. I didn't read them, or rather I didn't read them out loud, because Finry's journal page 1 was nowhere to be found. That has been fixed, it now drops. I also happened to come across a different note that is also related to that, and that is Halfor's journal page 3. Now we've read page 1 and 2 fairly early on. I'm gonna go over them again, I think they're not too long. But basically they were like a family that was out in the wilderness of Asterkarn and they were starving. And these 2 tie onto each other. So Finry's journal, there is Halfor's journal page 1. I don't know how much more of this I can take, seeing them waste away like this. It rips at my heart. I'm desperate. Desperate for a way out, some way to end it. I know they expect me to fix this, but I cannot. Not this time. 4 days ago, Signe and Sorek ate the last of our food. What little we had was rotten and fed it. I don't even recall what manner of creature it came from, and rot had disfigured it so that I have no idea what part it had been. I had to hide and pick the maggots out of it before they saw. They both cried and refused to eat it. Finry, which is the second person we are going to be reading from, Finry held them in her arms and sang to them while she forced them to swallow it. Whatever it was, a rat perhaps, the heart of a pig, it matters not. They gagged and cried out, and it was more than I could take to watch it. So I left, stumbling with grief into the dark abyss of the forest. There I fell to my knees and prayed. I begged the darkness to end this, to take me as payment to end their suffering, to take us all in our sleep. Anything. Anything to end this. No man is meant to watch his babies suffer. Not like this, not ever. So that was page 1, which we found somewhere in the snowy wasteland. Alpha's journal, page 2. Last night, Signe cried herself to sleep, the pain of hunger rotting in her stomach. Sorek did not cry, but the look of pain played across his face. I could feel Finri shaking and heaving as she cried silently next to me. I just lay there, paralyzed with grief, praying once again for the darkness to take us. It did not. This morning I felt as though I had lost myself, as if I looked down upon us from afar. The grief and pain of hunger seemed so far from there. Even the cold of a winter morning could not touch me, but the feeling lasted only until the pain of my empty stomach regained its grasp on me. I cut my hand while stringing my bow, and stared as the thin crimson ribbons streamed down my arm. How could they seem so alive when I am so close to death? They ran and ran towards my elbow like the rivers of the valley running from the mountains. There was life there in the river, and so I drank, and it wasn't until Finri screamed that I awoke from my stupor to find that I was trying to force Signe to drink as well. What has become of me? So, those were the notes that we found early on. The final entry that I found here was found on a corpse. The others were not, so I'm guessing Halfor is dead. Halfor's journal, page 3. I saw it again last night, out there just beyond the tree line. It was there in the shadows, I'm sure of it. I could feel it, those eyes. I can feel those eyes peering into me from the darkness. That thing, whatever it is, it's always watching. Why is it watching? What does it want? What more do we have to give? If it's going to kill us or eat us, then why doesn't it just get it over with? I haven't had a successful hunt in longer than I can remember. It's been days, weeks. It's all because of that damn thing. They sense it too, the deer and the rabbits and the hogs, the beasts. They know it's there. It's always there, always watching, watching, watching. Those eyes. Okay, he's going crazy. What does it want? And then we have Finri's journal, which we found. All of the parts of Finri's journal were inside here. Is Finri here? Yes, she is. Okay. So, Finri's journal, page 1 is the one that was missing. And that one I found somewhere outside here. So not in the hidden refuge. Finri's journal, page 1. While I was searching for berries today, a strange man appeared along the forest trail. I was startled at first, but quickly came to my senses. I thought for sure he must have food for us. He must have something we could eat. I don't know what came over me, but I fell to my knees on the ground before him and began to beg. I begged and pleaded for anything he could give us. Anything to save my children. I have no food, he said, and he lifted me from the ground. I began to sob uncontrollably, the hunger in my belly, in my children's bellies, taking hold of me. He lifted my head, and I looked into his eyes, and a warm smile. I looked into his eyes and warm smile, and told him I would do anything to save them. You will, he said. You will save them. And he took my hand in his and told me what I needed to do. I don't know if I can do it, what the man told me to do, but I just can't take another night of listening to my babies cry themselves to sleep. Page 2. I took his hunting knife from his pack, just as the man told me to do. While he slept, I pressed it against his throat with all my strength. It held at first, and he tried to scream, but as his body jerked awake, I felt the pop of the knife as it slid into his throat, the rushing blood choking his plea. His hot life flowed onto the mattress around me, and I felt sweet release. We will be hungry no longer. Today, for the first time in as long as I can remember, I sat and watched Signe and Sorek play. They tumbled in the grass, made necklaces of flowers, and swam in the stream. There is so much life in them now. I do hope our new friend returns so he can see what he has given us. Yeah, so the new friend is probably Skorf, who, as we already know, well, this character doesn't know yet, but I do. Huge fan of cannibalism, so I guess that explains it. Their children are not there. That's strange. Can I talk to her about anything? Anything new after I read those pages? Probably not, right? Usually dialogue doesn't change based on lore notes unless it's quest related. This area, for those who don't know, is sealed off by ice. You need those magma orbs or magma spheres or whatever they call that you craft at the altar in Black Fortress. Winry, where are your kids, girl?
May the winds be at your back.
Yeah, no, this is the same dialogue she had before. Okay, well, enough stalling. Let's move on. So, in we go. And let's see what Ugrengborg has in store for us. We need to find Bargol, but he used to have a moving spawn. Now he's in the same place always. So fighting him won't be a problem. We also do want to hunt down the beasts that roam around here, because that gives us reputation with the Coven of Ugrengborg, which will sell us augments that we want. Or, well, one augment. I am playing on Ascended mode, but it doesn't feel like it. These guys are dying super fast. You don't need the Leafmane Alpha Horn. I already have one somewhere. Yeah, I already have it here. Oh, and I even have the Magma Spheres that I was talking about before. I thought I shifted them over to my stash. I'm also thinking I should maybe beef up the game a little bit. Because now that I have spent so many resources applying my awakened affixes, I'm actually in the market for some of those soul echoes and soul fragments. What does it cost me to try to get them? Yeah, I can do that, right? It does beef up the enemy damage and health. But I think I can take that. At least 2. Because I really want these. Maybe let's do 3. And nothing else. That should be enough. I could also boost up my reputation gain with factions so that I get honored with the Coven a little faster, but I don't think that should be necessary. My reputation with them will go up pretty fast, and I'm already at... Where is it? At honored. Yeah, it's going quickly. I've only just met them. So this area leads to the Ancient Grove. Where we are not going to go, but we are going to pick up the quest there. We're also sent there by the Noctukari in the Ashes of not Ashes of Melmoth, Friends of Esterkarn expansion. That's the blacksmith that we were using to transform our soul fragments into soul echoes, or the other way around, I don't remember. And also the way that we upgraded our Frozen Aster into aspects of Baronath. Has your visual changed? I don't remember you having these shoulders. Maybe I'm wrong. Greetings, mortal. Your efforts to restore my shrine in Esterkarn have convinced me that you are the one I need. Will you assist me in an urgent matter threatening this region? How are you in 2 places at once? This is but a mere manifestation of my presence, an avatar. To project myself in multiple places is a trivial matter. What do you ask of me? With my attention turned elsewhere, I must turn to you to assist me in cleansing a once sacred place. The savage wilderness of the Ancient Grove is dear to me, but with the recent calamity it has become corrupted by the very forces you battle against. Ethereal and chthonic taint now threatens to overwhelm the fragile ecosystem within, and spill forth into the surrounding environment. Deep within the grove, in the heart of the forest, a once proud guardian has fallen to the infestation. Should it escape the confines of the grove, it could wreak unimaginable destruction upon your people. Though it pains me to say it, it falls to you to enter the grove and dispatch this once magnificent creature. Will you deal with this threat? Okay, but not now. We are going to Barrowholm. Plus, I've just beefed up the enemies, and going into a one attempt challenge dungeon when I haven't even tested how strong or weak I am right now against the opposition would be a bad idea. So let's first see what we're working with. I also turned back on the health bars because I was testing something. I was checking on a different character if the what is it, super bosses scale with the difficulty with Ascendant or not. And they don't, at least not their health pool. When I summoned the Ravager on that character on Ultimate, he had like 34 million health, and if I did it on Ascendant, the same amount. Maybe like enemy summons, if I fight Mogdrogan and he summons his pets, maybe those will scale up, but the bosses themselves don't. There should be something, yeah, hidden spoils. In here there's a witch. Hello. Let's blow up some dogs in your face. And you're dead. We're getting both Chill Strife or Trozen Sky Shard. Can't really think of a Trozen Sky Shard build that actually uses it though, because there is a good number of items for Trozen Sky Shard on the weapon. Primarily the two main sets that support Trozen Sky Shard, the Alagast set and Trozen set, both include a weapon, so you don't have a slot for it. I guess it could be a leveling item and nothing more. And I'm curious how we are gonna be squaring up against the Dread now, after we ascended our items and also after we get the augments to health. I think I've been misplaying that fight. I mean, I know I have, because the majority of what I was saying when fighting the Dread was I fucked up, because I keep dodging the wrong place or mistiming my dodges. But I also keep forgetting that my character, or Berserker in general, if I drop below 50% health, I shouldn't panic. I'm actually getting stronger because of Untamed Rage. I drop below 50% health for 5 seconds, I get a bunch of damage absorption and offensive ability. And thanks to our Form of the Beast, 48% chance when hit to increase the duration of it up to 12 seconds. So I can stay in that rage for a long time. Which means when I dip down below half health, just stay in melee combat and just take advantage of the bonus. I'm being way too cautious. Which is probably one of the reasons. I mean, the Dread doesn't let you straight up stand there and face tank everything. But I should be doing a lot more face tanking than I have been. That's for sure. And there's no point even exploring this. I mean, there is Ugden Blooms, but I can get them elsewhere. Plus, I'm not really low on those anyway. Yeah, the advice is good. Now, putting it into practice is gonna be a problem. Because I just get very panicky and I'm not used to playing Grim Dawn in a way where I'm just trusting in the build that it can take dipping down to 1000 health and just bounce back. I'm really used to like, oh, I took too much damage, I am gonna drink a potion and back up and wait for my potion to come back off cooldown and then re-engage. And I'm just exposing myself to more risk, I feel like. There's our Essence of Ugrenbog, so we need one more of these. Vargol does spawn always in the same place, but his little rootlings, or whatever I should call them, they don't. So those we do need to find, but since they're highlighted. So this is an important location. Not that I would know that before getting myself spoiled. These circles of mushrooms. They are relevant to a secret quest in Fangs of Esterkarn. I'm not gonna say any more than that. But frankly, anybody who figures that out on their own, the entire quest line, big props to you. Because that is the most secretive thing I have ever seen. The werewolf cannot cast. The werewolf can cast spells, you can cast. But when it comes to attacks, you cannot use default attack replacers. So you cannot use Cadence, you cannot use Savagery, you cannot use Onslaught. You can use other attacks though. Like Amarasta's Blade Burst, Primal Strike, stuff like that you can do. So it's kind of selective. There's actually an item, it's called the Awakened Veil's Witness. It is a helmet. I'm really curious how the hell that works. Because it's promoting that you play Vera Raven, the caster version of transformations, and then use Primal Strike. How does Vera Raven Primal Strike? Vera Raven is a caster with ranged attacks. Does it shoot something? Or do you have to go into melee? I have no idea. Okay, there's our doggos dead. That's fine. I should get out of these pools a little bit. Whoa! Okay, avoid the breath. Avoid the breath attack like the plague. Good to know. Maybe beefed up the enemies a little too much, trying to farm soul echoes. It is in Ugrenbog, right? So it should be closer. That is not encouraging. I mean, if fucking Kubakarabara can blow me up, then the Dread will blow me up. No questions asked. It looks like I have a ton of health. I have a ton of everything, and I still feel squishy. Okay, when we see the breath attack, there it is. Just blow up the dogs in your face, how about that? They said they fixed the highlighting issue with enemies, but it looks like they haven't. The enemies are still highlighting in their entirety. It's supposed to just outline them. Okay. Any soul echoes for my trouble? Nope. Why am I increasing their drop rate if they're not gonna drop? Okay, so we have 2 of those. I should resummon my hounds. Tempest Totem, how bad are you? My ghoul is... no, my ghoul didn't proc. That looks painful. Not gonna stand in that. That was an aspect of Veronath, wasn't it? Apparently so. Yeah, I didn't set up additional moderation. I just set it up to basically work with the link for my build. If you put in ! build in chat, it will give you a link to the Grim tools. But for some reason, it's adding additional moderation that I didn't activate. I'm gonna have to look into that afterwards. I'm also curious what Shattered Realm is going to be like now, because it's apparently not affected by Ascendant mode, so it will be just normal, you know, 30 to 31, or if you want to farm higher, then up to like, what is it, 40, 35 to 36? I don't know what the checkpoints are. And like, relative to this, isn't it going to be super easy? I mean, I shouldn't say that because I haven't tried, but also there's Bargol. No, that's a root of Bargol. I still haven't found Bargol himself. How many of you are there? I thought there were only 2. Oh, guess not. Bargol is past the next Rift Gate, I believe. First, let's go get our ass kicked by a Kraken, shall we? This is gonna be a really nasty fight, now that I beefed everything up. He's already terrifying And it's gonna get worse. Why does it always get worse? Yeah, I mean, there weren't many hybrid builds before anyway. Like, you had what? Damn it, what is it called? Now I have Ice King popping up in my head. It's Winter. Was it Winter King, Winter's Crest, something like that? Which basically was just a two-handed weapon and a helmet for like Cold Trickster if you wanted to. And that was basically it for hybrid builds. So I knew I set myself a challenge when I started this one. It was like, yeah, I haven't played this game in 3 years, waiting for the expansion, and then immediately starts the worst thing you could be trying, which is trying to make a hybrid. And the thing is with hybrid builds is, like, there isn't this additional axis of build balancing, right? If you're making a normal build, then it's basically all about, okay, how much damage am I looking for versus how much survivability, are my resistances fine? But here you have an additional slider of how much am I investing into pets, how little am I sacrificing too much? So it's always difficult to find the right balance, and I'm not sure I found it. Maybe I went too much into pets, maybe I didn't go enough. It's super hard to tell. I'm curious what other people come up with this. It's possible, like, the main thing that I'm thinking about with this build is it best to just blow the hounds up? Should I just respec completely out of this, keep only this, summon the hounds for the Blazing Death detonation, and on the devotion side, stop sacrificing points to get Korvac, which is like a hybrid devotion for both the player and the pets, which, good thing I checked this, I forgot I'm not complete on this. And like get rid of all of this and just go down here. Go down here, take Leviathan for my damage and the powerful proc, and take this Yugo as my source of damage reduction. Because currently I'm getting my damage reduction from the Hellhound's Infernal Breath attack. But if you are just constantly resummoning these guys, even if you have the breath attack, it takes a little bit of time before they activate it. It takes a while in their rotation before they use it. So if you constantly resummoning them, they never use it. So you might as well get the damage reduction somewhere else. That's the other path. Are you sure about that? I think they detonate immediately. The breath attack doesn't trigger, but the detonation should happen always. Like, I can test this out. Okay, let me see. Because that's if that's the case, then that's definitely solves me, removes some worries for me. Let me see. Actually, I can try that in a controlled environment in Coven's Refuge. Because there are training dummies here that I can attack. No, they explode. They keep exploding. There's no cooldown. They won't use their attacks, like the Ember Claw, which, oh, that reminds me, I should invest more points in Ember Claw, because I swapped the medal. The medal that I was using did have Ember Claw points on it. Maybe you were looking, like, because the visuals for the Hellhounds change with the Ice King set. Maybe you were looking for an explosion, but for them, with the cold visuals, it's this, like, cold nova that they cast around them. Okay, let's see how bad Bargol is. Not Bargol, Kraval. This is always a hellish fight. Because there's, like, no space. No save space for anything. Now I'm getting bombed. This sucks. No, that's not what happens. the percentage health that you see on them is percent reduction to enemy health. So like if an enemy has 50,000 health and you have 50% reduction, then 25,000 health of theirs just disappears. Right? This is 35% reduction to enemy's health, it says. So it's based on the enemy health. But the thing is, that line is mostly irrelevant because all of the important enemies have either massive resistance to that or complete immunity to percent health reduction. So it won't really... This line basically doesn't matter. So it's not like it is with minion instability in Path of Exile, where increasing the health of your pets increases the damage that they do when they blow up. It's not like that here. You know what, before I forget, since I have a Rift Gate, I'm gonna do the respec for the skill points on Emberclaw, because I'm prone to forget that later.
What troubles you?
I wanted to remove some here. I think I can cap it anyway, right? It stays at 21. Yeah, it stays at 21. This goes here then. I should also get rid of these Hellions crests because I got what I wanted. Unless there is another one of Cruel Designs. But I don't think so. I'm surprised I already had one. Could have sworn I was looking for that affix. Caged Souls. I mean, that is a bad affix. And a rare one at that. So I could reroll that one, but... Nah, I already sank enough resources into this character as is. I'm not gonna save these. They are super easy to farm anyway. Primal Will. That's for Primal Spirit, no. Not for me. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep this one. Tempest is good enough of a prefix.
See you around.
Not the ideal one, but it will do. So, Vargol, we survived, surprisingly. It was a lot of damage, but yeah, just staying in melee and just attacking as much as you can. That's the trick in terms of sustain. But the fact that I died to the Kubacabra breath, that is a bad sign. And that is basically what my experience has been with this character. I feel numerically this character should be super strong. It has an insane amount of offensive and defensive ability, like way more than I have had on any character before. And not just like one or the other, but both super high. A good amount of health, plus pets as a distraction, solid resistances, good overcaps, and yet I keep blowing up at random points. Like, I've seen a guy today post on the forums a kill on the Uber version of the secret boss in Fangs of Esterkarn. I looked at his stats, they just look way worse than mine. And he just did it. And I died to Kubacabra, what the hell? How is this fair? I must say, have I found even a single soul fragment or soul echo? Considering that I boosted their drop rates. I don't think I have. Okay, there's Vargol. Essence of Vargol, that's what we needed. So we could now progress the Fangs of Esterkarn quest to the final quest to its completion and go fight Baronath. I am going to do that ASAP after I get to Barrowholm and get my augments. Because now that I've beefed everything up, I'm not sure that fighting Baronath with, like, I don't know, 3,000 less health than I should have is a good idea. I have no idea how strong he is, I haven't fought him yet, but I've heard he's dangerous. Oh, where does this lead? Oh, it interlinks with the bottom part here. No, the people that I'm supposed to rescue are further up north. This area will be useful later for a quest in Barrowholm, so I guess I should clear it anyway, since I will be coming back here. By the way, guys, how's my audio? I've been doing some tinkering, and now I'm not sure if I'm too loud, too quiet, or what. I did some tests, and it sounded okay, but, you know, always good to get a second opinion. Must say, what's my movement speed? It's 141. It's gonna feel terrible to come back to a character that doesn't have the ability to increase their max movement speed. I'm gonna feel so slow. Already, like, I'm running around and thinking like, I feel kind of sluggish, even though I'm running at nearly 20% increased movement speed than was the old cap. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hunt. Another Essence of Ugrenbok. Hello. Should also maybe beef up the drop, the occurrence rate of these void-marked chests, because they drop a good number of Ashes of Awakening. How did I get no cooldown? That is the benefit of the Ice King set. If you only really need the amulets, right? Yeah. And you look at the Feral Claws modifier, 30% chance on attack to reduce the cooldown of Summon Hellhounds by 10 seconds. And since Feral Claws is my main attack that I constantly spam, I'm basically just refunding the cooldown. So that's the idea of Ice King. You shouldn't have to worry about your pet's survivability, because they basically have no cooldown as long as you're attacking. And that's what's supposed to make this work as a hybrid build. Because the issue with hybrid builds is always, if you want functional pets, you need to invest a lot into keeping them alive, to give them good resistances, and it just takes away too much from your own power. But if you don't care about their survivability, you can just build up their damage and your own damage, and that's everything. So you basically sacrifice as little as possible to get workable pets. That was the idea. I'm not sure it's achieving that idea. It might be my implementation, it might be Ice King not being strong enough. Hard to say. Again, this is the first build, new build that I've made in 3 years, so I have no basis of comparison to other builds that are available now. The only other thing that I've played is a full pet build. That's one that I made years ago, full Beast Collar Conjurer, and yeah, that one has always been busted, and it continues to be busted. That one kills the Dread and barely notices, but that's in a different league of its own. I also picked up yeah, that was before Kraval, right? I should read it while it's relevant. Mysteries of Ugrenbok. By decree of the Emperor of Erlan himself, I and my esteemed colleagues were to set out into the wilder empire and catalog the flora and fauna of its vast domain. Little did I think of it at the time, but not all assignments are created equal. As I write this from the dank and foreboding muck of the Ugrenbok outside of the town of Burwich. In the 3 weeks since my arrival, I've already lost 2 of my escorts too, and I am being dead serious here. Plants. Empyrean Forsaken plants. I might add that my specialty has always been in the acute impact of arcane energies upon natural life, not on whether a particular vine is capable of dismembering a man in two, while a large bloom consumes another of my team whole. If I were not weeks out of Erlan, I would have requested a reassignment. The journey was not without merit, however, as I did observe some peculiar phenomena along the way. Creatures that, while seemingly natural, did not exhibit the standard range of phenotypes one would expect from this region. Almost as if they've been plucked out from another place and relocated here within an instant. That is a funny way to explain why ARPGs reuse assets. Yeah, we are reusing the same thing and we're going to acknowledge that and give an explanation for it. That's clever. Most fascinating of all has been the talk of the camp for days now, a creature the locals have named Kraval, the Ancient of the Waters. Thus far, we've caught but a glimpse of one of its massive tentacles. I can only guess as to the full size of the beast, but it is enormous and quite unlike anything else found within the waters of Ugdenbog. Our journey had brought us to what I suspect is its underwater lair, and my Inquisitor companion immediately began complaining of headaches, much like those she's experienced when near heavy concentrations of eldritch magic. This, combined with its natural appearance, leads me to conclude that this creature, and others like it, are eldritch in nature. But are these manifestations the fickle playthings of the witch gods, or perhaps something else entirely? Galat Naiko or Nico, Imperial Archivist. I'm still curious if... because we know that Kraval is a reused asset for the final boss of the base game, Loghorien. But there is no clear in-world explanation for, like, is Kraval like a cleansed or like pure version of what Loghorien was? Is Loghorien basically its own corruption of a natural creature? What is it? Why are they not the same model, but very similar? Big ass kraken, tentacles everywhere, big ugly mouth, you know, the works. Okay, there are our rescues. It's worth clicking every object now because of the void-touched loot containers. Leora Carnes, help please. You have to get us out of here before those things come back. I've been looking for you. The Coven sent me. Bless the three, someone came. These fiends set a trap for us like we were animals. They appear to be eating people. This cage was tighter before you got here. I can open a rift and send you to a refuge. Please, whatever it takes, just get us out of here. Here you go. Ah, petrification, huh? You don't. Let me check your full name. It's not displaying on my chat tool. The Wayman Real. You don't have to replay the game 3 times. You only have to play it once. You have to play it 3 times on the first character. After that, you can just skip straight to Ultimate. This is what I've done on this character. I explained the process in the first video of this playthrough. Basically, once you get to Ultimate, you don't even have to beat Ultimate with that character. As long as you've made it to Forgotten Gods, which means you have to beat Warden Krieg on Ultimate, you will be able to buy a merit from one of the shopkeepers in the Conclave of the Three. And then if you transfer that merit into your stash to a new character and you use it, that character will immediately unlock Ultimate difficulty. As for Ascendant mode is not a separate playthrough of the game. Ascendant mode is basically like Veteran on top of Normal. So like it shares progress. If you've made it halfway through the game on Ultimate and then you switch to Ascendant, you're halfway through the game still. So you only have to do one playthrough. And how far you get in that playthrough is up to you, right? If you only want to get to Shattered Realm, for example, you can just beat Warden Krieg, go immediately to the Coven of the Three, not Coven of the Three, Conclave of the Three, and immediately start doing Shadow Realm. You're gonna be missing a few skill points because each expansion and the base game have a quest in them that gives you attribute points or skill points or both. So you still want to like get to certain parts of the game, but you don't have to like get full completion of the main objectives. You can just rush through it, ignore everything, get to the quest that you know gives you a lasting reward in terms of a power-up, and just do that. I do full playthroughs, like I lack the leveling process, but I do full playthroughs only on one difficulty now. I did level, what was it, 36 characters, like doing full playthroughs of three difficulties with full exploration. I was like super into it. But after that point, I've just started doing Ultimate only. And some people just skip through most of Ultimate and level an entire character in like 2 days. Start to finish. It may be controversial for me to say, but I think randomly generated maps are overrated. I think I prefer the like handcrafted landscape over a randomly generated map, because over time, as you play the game repeatedly, all the randomly generated maps start blending into each other and none of them feel distinct. They are all just a generic blob of stuff. So does it really matter that it's randomly generated and you don't know where to go? In the end, you're gonna end up in the right place. And your exploration is only hampered by the fact that it's randomly generated and you're not entirely sure where to go. If you are trying to speedrun a game or level very quickly, then having a static layout is much better, because you can plan your route and just go there. Yeah. You can reach level. Yeah, if you complete what I was doing, I wasn't even like speed leveling this character. I was just taking my leisurely time. I didn't use the Lokar set for leveling. I didn't use the leveling potion. I was starting from level 1 on Ultimate, no devotion points, making it as basically as difficult and as slow as I could. And you complete the first quest, you turn it in, and even without any XP bonuses, you're basically like level 28 just from that quest reward. Ugdal. Madness. It cannot be. A living thing I sense, and yet been so long. How can I know what is real and what is not if I cannot feel? Leave me lest I grow tired of this torture. Are you trapped here? Try to be set free? What a forlorn dream. Bound to these stones for eternity, I will find no rest in the great dark beyond the veil. But you, if you are real, you are not as I am. You can leave. You can touch. You can fight. Please, mortal, with a powerful enough soul as a vector, I may be able to pierce through the veil and pass on from this torment. No need to slaughter the innocent. Bring me the twisted spirit of a most ancient and powerful Wendigo. Actually, I have a Wendigo spirit already. Let's first ask what his deal is. How are you trapped here? Many moons, Arkovia, Necromancer. Rage, revenge. Yeah, so he is an Arkovian, and they thought that leaving Arkovia is going to protect them from the curse. Nope, everybody got cursed. As long as you were Arkovian, you got hit. I actually have a Wendigo spirit already. In all the centuries, I never thought I would leave this place, forever bound to these stones. The seclusion was driving me to madness. I thank you, human, for seeing through the madness and giving me a chance at peace. I offer you this strange text as thanks. I know not the words, but they seem bound to the enemies with which you battle. Farewell. Okay, so he gives you an ethereal missive, which basically in this quest you get to choose which material reward you get. If you fight him, you get a Wendigo spirit, I think. And if you let him go, you get the ethereal missive instead. And we have additional info on him here. Writings of Yithlehanis. And this is basically saying what I just said in terms of the Arkovians and their curse. We hoped that prayer and ritual would protect us, that distance would play in our favor. But even in these remote temples, the hubris of our oligarchs and the grand deception of the necromancer finds us. I watch as the elders of my order descend hopelessly into endless madness, and the youngest among us pray for death that will never come. but I find power in eternity. I focus my mind on ancient texts, rituals, learnings of those who came before. There is more knowledge than even immortality will permit me to retain. And so, as my body fails me, I pray only that my mind sustains. Where a ritual that bound us to this cursed fate exists, there must also be knowledge that will undo our cruel bonds. Time is on my side. I will find the answers. If only. And again, this is something that I've kept saying about the Arkovians. It's strange how few of them are super pissed at Uroboruk for cursing them. Like, what is he saying? The hubris of our oligarchs finds us. I mean, yeah, he's talking about the deception of the necromancer, but first and foremost, he's blaming the oligarchs. Like, they caused this and they deserve it, so to speak. If I was an Arkovian, I would have a very different reaction. Okay. Now just a short trip to Barrowholm. We get our augments, hopefully immediately. I don't think I need to complete any quests for them. If I'm already revered, I should have access to the shopkeep. But I have never actually been in a situation... Well, no, that's not true, because I've leveled other characters the honest way and gotten here with full reputation with Barrowholm. So I guess I just forgot how it works. I think I should have access to the shopkeep immediately. This allying with Barrowholm is going to hurt my reputation with the Coven a little bit, but not for long. Does it kill me? It doesn't. I forget the relevance of this chest. I think there's a lore note maybe somewhere that explains something about the curse of this family. I thought it was supposed to be somewhere in here, I guess not. And we should also find Silvaria's den, because we have a quest there for an alchemist, even though we don't really need his reward anymore, because I got it on a different character already, and it's account-wide. But I also do want to find Silvaria, because now she has a monster infrequent. A new amulet. I don't exactly remember what it does, but if I get a double rare, always worth keeping. And maybe the fight has changed. Even though I have done it before on the other character that completed this quest. Again, it was a beast caller. I basically wasn't even paying attention to what the enemies were doing. This map gets so rippy in Shattered Realm. Because I think the way Shattered Realm works is there's a certain quota of like enemy number that has to spawn to fill the map. I could be wrong, but it feels like that's how it works. And so the smaller map you have, or like the less physical space there is on the map, the more densely packed enemies will be. And on this map, usually, if you cross this bridge, there's like heroes upon heroes in here. It's a hellscape. It's not as bad as Immolation, but it's close. Immolation is like a mega dense map and full of damaging ground. Hey, Sonny. I feel ambivalent. I feel like it's sort of letting me down in terms of survivability at the very least. I feel like I'm doing decent enough damage. I should get out of these pools. But I feel like I'm taking a lot of damage, a lot more than I would have expected. Like this build has really great numbers on paper. Ow. That hurts. Like amazing defensive ability, good enough health, amazing offensive ability, good lifesteal. I think that's something I'm probably gonna leave to somebody else. The dog bomber build. Like unless I feel when we start doing end game Shadow Realm and this similar stuff like that, maybe Crucible. If I feel like it's really letting me down, then I might respec this into a dog bomber build. But the initial goal of this was to try a proper pet hybrid and see if it can work. And so I'm kind of committed to that. And I don't really want to, like, I've already spent 2 weeks on this character and I have so many ideas for other builds that I think I'm just gonna like commit to what I'm trying to do here. Report on what it feels like, what other avenues there are to build it, and then leave it to somebody else to maybe explore it. Because I think like Ice King is going to be attractive to a lot of people. I don't have to be a one-man army trying to do everything about the build myself. I can kind of crowdsource it and start moving towards other builds. Which, by the way, I must say, I'm already like basically have a finalized version of the next build. Not in-game, but like on Grim Tools. Already planned out. And I feel very anxious about that build. Because it has like less health than this, less armor than this, 600 less offensive and 600 less defensive ability than this build. How in the hell is that thing gonna stay alive? Maybe Rare Raven is just super overpowered, I don't know, but like, I'm very concerned. If a build with these numbers is... I'm not gonna say I'm struggling, right? I'm playing as Ascendant, I'm amping up enemies to improve my drop rates, and I'm still like doing kind of okay. I think I should be strong enough to crush Shattered Realm, right? But I feel like everything else is gonna feel inferior to this in comparison, at least numerically. It could be that maybe Ascendant difficulty is just way too hard and maybe they nerf it later, but from my experience with the Beast Collar build, I don't think it's the problem of the difficulty. It might be problem of the build. Maybe I'm just playing the worst version of it. Maybe I'm playing the worst Berserker build. I don't know. I have no context. I've tried to stay spoiler-free, so I haven't been looking what other people are doing much. And this is my first character, so I have no line of comparison to my own builds either. Like, by all logic, this should be a powerful build. Even if the pets are kind of a letdown, I'm not saying they are, but like if they wind up being a letdown, just looking at these numbers, the health, the DPS, it looks like it should be good. Question is, will it? I don't know yet. So, Barrowholm, we have a Rift Gate here. We're gonna chat with our friend Korf, who should have different voice lines for us now, because we've met him before. Yeah, I mean, it looks good. Here's the thing, when it comes to Celestial bosses, I'm like the worst person to ask. Because I've beaten all Celestial bosses enough times to get their monster infrequence, like their legendaries. And that's basically it for me. So like, I haven't really practiced those fights at all. So I'm super inexperienced. Like, when it came to killing Ravager, my Beast Collar builds just spawns him and kills him, no questions asked. But you need to fight Ravager in 3 different versions, so I needed 2 other builds to fight him to get the other helmets. All of the other builds had to abuse his leash range. There is a specific area where if you run past the certain line, he just turns back and runs back to his spawn point. So you can just kite him back and forth, and I killed him over the course of like 30 minutes. Doesn't really count as a Ravager kill, does it? Kalagadra I kinda tanked with a retaliation build, so that's... You could say that's a build or a fight I kinda have an idea of. Mogdrogen is all about just overcapping your lightning rest basically, and having good enough AoE. So that's not too bad. Actually, what is this character's lightning rest? I did want to check. I could technically fight Mogdrogen with this. But the thing is, you only get to fight Mogdrogen once. There is the new version of Mogdrogen. That one I've also killed with the Beast Collar. Because, you know, what else can the Beast Collar not do, right? It can kill everything. No, it can't kill Crate. I've tried Crate, it doesn't go well. Scorfeglenor, what do you have to say?
You strike me as somebody with an open mind. Tell me, shall we be friends?
Oh, so apparently no new voice lines. I think we can help each other remain friendly.
All right then. If you're looking for something, then it is only fair that you do something for us in return. Speak to my good friends Tyvald and Jordan. Help them out with anything they require. Then I shall open my stash here and give you what you seek.
I'll speak to them. Okay, so is our shopkeep available or not? I am not seeing him on the map. It should be here. Now, let me... No, it should be here, in here. Could be, though, that the shopkeep spawns once you've become friendly with them on the playthrough. So, you know what? I'm gonna quit out. No, I shouldn't. Because I invested resources into the Ascension Altar. Okay, so I'm gonna keep pushing in the quest line then.
Welcome, traveler.
So I'm told that you and Skorov have come to an agreement. Rather unusual, but I'm happy to serve as he wishes. Skorov said you need some help. Your pet ice can conjure... A purely pet ice king conjurer. Interesting. So you're using both Briars and the Hellhounds, but then you're not really benefiting from the cooldown removal, right? So you're just basically building it for the 180% total damage modifier that you get from having four Hellhounds. That's cool. Score said you needed some help. Why, yes, there's a small matter of growing our numbers. Otherwise, we may not be able to sustain ourselves. Travelers around these parts are rare nowadays, made all the worse by the spreading aether fire to the north. But another obstacle is the rampaging cannibals in the northern Ugdenbog. Please, do us this favor. Seek out the camps of these bloodthirsty fiends and rescue any survivors still drawing breath. So that you can eat them. Sure. It's too bad Skorv said you are to be left alive. Well, that's one way to welcome a person. You look like you could at least put up a fight before I guarded you. Skorv Eglenor said I should help you. Skorv must see something in you, and something in you I don't. Very well. It is a harmless task that I have for you, though I cannot guarantee your safety. What do you need? Surrounding the village, there are 6 warding totems that have been crafted by a shaman many years ago. We owe much of Barrowholm's survival and beauty to the protection these totems afforded us. However, 3 of them have recently been damaged, and we now risk the bog overtaking what remains of our home. If you wish to help us, then please step out into Ugdenbog on the outskirts of Barrowholm and restore the totems that had fallen. Do this for us, and I am certain Skorv will give you whatever you want in exchange. Right, so, if I remember correctly, one of these totems is down south. Actually, I'm not even gonna run there. I can just rift. One of these, I think, should be somewhere out in here. I should also tidy up my quest log a little bit, because it's getting hard to see everything. The fetish... Okay, no, those are quests I want here, but Shadow Realm can go, Righting Wrongs can go, this, Mother's Gift, that's way down the line, Ritual of Cleansing, I can also turn in a quest to clean up even more. Wow, that's pretty impressive, Hunt. 36k health. How the hell did you get that high? Cabin's Refuge. I'm gonna turn in the quest to get it off the quest log. Pungent smell is upon the air. You found the resin, didn't you? Here's everything you need. Yes, this is everything. It will be no time at all before the cauldron is ready for a new concoction. Yeah, so it gives me menhirs, but I already have that. In fact, it's already applied to my potion. So I can I even sell that?
Give you a good price on what I've got left.
I can. Okay, so sell everything because we didn't find any double rares as far as I know. And we do need the space. Oh, so this is the essence of Udenbog. Interrogator, so it's Pierce Word of Renewal, Pierce Born Chilling Cry, so that it will be a support thing for and ranged expertise. So like a Pierce Gunner on Runekeeper, possibly. 100% chance on critical attack to reduce the cooldown of Bone Chilling Cry. That can be handy. Given that it's the only resistance reduction skill in the game that has cooldown on it. Oh, also, I forgot to mention one thing that is kind of driving me to try this build in this like half and half version is the set itself, right? If we are supposed to be playing this as just like blowing the hounds up constantly, why do we have vitality resistance here? Why do we have is it on the set itself? Where is it? Oh, not here. Okay, why do we have Aether resistance and Chaos resistance? Why do we have points to Ember Claw? Right? +8 to Ember Claw. If we are going to just be blowing the hounds up, they will never get to use Ember Claw. Right? Why is there are points to Hellfire, +4 to Hellfire. They will basically always be dead, so they'll never using that. Yeah, that is a... Well, if you're trying to play the build as a full pet build, then I'm guessing you don't really need to reset the dogs, do you? Or are you not talking about your Conjurer? Superior of Torrents, that's not good enough. Okay, that's everything. Still have these swords that I want to awaken, or not awaken, combine eventually when we get to the end of this expansion. I am going to deposit this. I should deposit it in a shared stash because this character is probably not going to use it anymore. But it is crafted with a decent... no, medals. Medals are here. Okay, let's leave it there. It has a decent crafting bonus on it, so I'm gonna... Okay, Guardian Cynthia. It seems that we owe you a debt of gratitude. The sisters you found while out in Udenbog have all returned safely thanks to you. You're welcome. So, Covenant Reputation, some scrap, Mark of Illusions. They've already suffered under the Empire. They deserve a better life. Getting devoured by those beasts would have been a cruel end. Thank you. And here, my end of the deal as promised. I wonder where you collected scrap in the middle of a bog. That is impressive. So, now we have a workable quest log. So we need to northern, eastern, southern wards. I'm just gonna start exploring around Barrowholm. I think one of the wards is like somewhere in here, but I'm just gonna get some context for the layout because, again, I haven't played in 3 years. You forget stuff. This one is working. Oh, no. It may be... It might be actually out here, right? I think they're all out here somewhere. In the areas we haven't explored. Yeah, only gonna be completing as much of Barrowholm as I need to get the shopkeep. Then I'm gonna go finish Fangs of Esterkarn. Because that's something I've been wanting to do for 5-6 streams, I don't even know how many. Well, like, I know for next time which order to do stuff in. No point going into Fangs of Esterkarn immediately out of Fort Icon like I did. Lesson learned. Also, is it weird that I'm already nostalgic for Fangs of Esterkarn? Like, I want to go back to that content. And it's not like, oh, I want to experience more of this new thing. It's like, oh, I liked it there in the past. It already feels like coming home. Don't know if it's the recency bias of it, or if it's really just that good that it left an impression on me. Come on, let me through. Fucking roots. Nope, can't get through. Oh, I can dodge through. That works. Okay, there's some of the people we need to rescue. By the gods, they're eating people. You'll be okay, I come from Barrowholm nearby. Yeah, like that's gonna fix anything. There's a settlement in this hellhole. You know what? I don't care where we go at this point. You really should. Just please get us out of here. I can get you there via rift gates. Yes, fine, whatever. Just get us to safety. You know, Barrowholm and safety don't really line up, but that's the quest. Gotta do what the quest says. I always find great satisfaction in a character that really doesn't want anything from Barrowholm, from the shopkeep, so that I can kill all of them. Sick fucks. There's this one icon that pops up under enemies every time, like, I apply my debuffs on them. This, like, this square. Can I? No, I cannot pause and show it on the screen. And I'm real curious what the icon is for. All of the devotions and stuff should have their own, like, icon that is relevant to them, so I'm not sure what the effect is that it's reflecting. Hello, Celestial, kill that. Yeah, exactly, the life scent. Well, it's the life scent and also the fact that they're like the only faction that has a reasonably good bleed augment. I mean the defensive one for armor. If you're short on bleed resistance and even Udang Bog Leather doesn't fix it for you, then you basically kind of have to ally with them. My next character, though, is gonna be so stretched on resistances that it won't even be able to afford a life scent powder. So that one is gonna go hostile. Plus she wants a Reaver Pants. And I need to farm them somewhere, right? There's always the option, if you go hostile with them, to then use GD Stash to edit your character and basically give the augments into your stash even though you're hostile. But then, you know, you're taking away all the consequences from playing the game a certain way, so I prefer not to do that. Also, full transparency in terms of GD stashing. I am never gonna be making greens in GD Stash, but if I have a character planned that like requires a specific legendary that you cannot craft, cannot farm, you just have to wait for it to drop. If I'm just gonna be held up by that one item simply not dropping, I might GD Stash it, but I will always say so when I've like cheated my way to a certain gear piece. The next character, I wanted to do both the transformations, right? So my first character is a werewolf, the next one is going to be a were-raven. And there's a number of Vero Raven options. There was a very interesting like Aether Vero Raven Devastation Evoker. But you know, then you're playing Aether Vero Raven Evoker, meaning 2 masteries that have no resistance reduction for Aether, and 1 mastery that has basically no support for Aether either. So I decided to do it on Veil Walker, so that is with Necromancer, and I'm gonna be using the Awakened Loghor set. So I'm gonna be playing Chaos, again, stupid idea, Chaos Necromancer. I'm gonna be playing Chaos Veil Walker with Chaos Vero Raven and the beefed up Bone Harvest that you get from the Loghor set. And I'm very anxious how that's gonna work, because that's single resistance reduction mastery, way worse numbers than this character will have, and both offensively and defensively. Maybe the damage will be great. Maybe I just kill everything at a distance before it even gets to harm me. I don't know how it plays. I've kept my eyes clean of all Vero Raven gameplay just so I can figure it out on my own. I know the main issue though with Vero Raven is always how do you solve sustain? Because it cannot lifesteal, or at least not baseline. It doesn't have any weapon damage on any of its skills. So you either have to stitch lifesteal onto it through devotion procs, like Bat or Dryad, or you have to go for regen, or you need to get weapon damage onto your attacks somehow, or you have to get a item skill modifier that gives you directly lifesteal on Vero Raven. So that's immediately you have a big obstacle versus Werewolf, which has lifesteal built into its Feral Claws immediately from what is it? Voracity? Okay, we have a... Is it Underking? It is Underking. That was quick. He didn't even try to throw his rock, so I guess you have to be in melee all the time and risk standing in the geysers and then you do not get blasted. Good to know. Death Omen. We did get a soul fragment, right? Yeah, we did get a soul fragment. Yeah, those are gonna be in high demand. The moment you start ascending your stuff. Or awakening. Oh, ascending. I keep mixing those up. Applying ascended affixes. Like the whole playthrough I had nothing to do with soul fragments and soul echoes, and now I'm basically out of them. Did I even reroll the... Was it the ring? Let's do avoid projectiles. Yeah, I did. I think it was this one, yeah. None of my ascended affixes are great, but I'll have to do. I'm not made of resources. In fact, quite the opposite. This character has been very resource negative for me. Eaten up a lot of my materials. I'm curious how rewarding Shattered Realm is gonna end up being. Because I tried Crucible just for a little bit. And not on this character, but on a different one, on the Conjurer. And it looks like it doesn't drop any of the new resources. Like, I didn't get any Ashes of Awakening. I don't think I got any Spirit Echoes or Soul Fragments. So, like, it feels like that mode is gonna be kind of just left behind. Maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention, maybe I'm wrong, but... felt like basically just legendaries and nothing else that you're gonna get there. Yeah, when they stay in this Aether ground, they take a lot of damage. What is their resistance? Not gonna find it there. Aether resistance is 29%. Oh, makes sense. So, basically here. Yeah, it doesn't get modified by ascended difficulty. But I'm curious in terms of rewards, if it's going to be giving you the new materials there. Well, alter modifiers wouldn't make sense, right? Because alter modifiers modify your drops. You can modify maybe you can modify the enemies in terms of their danger level, but there's no point doing it other than increasing the difficulty artificially, because the rewards won't change, right? Because the drop rates for the item, like maybe it modifies the chests at the end, that they will drop more materials, but like most of it that you're getting there is like spawning totems. That's not gonna work in Shattered Realm. Then you have increased drop rate of soul echoes and soul fragments. Well, is that gonna work on the chests? Maybe it should be just from enemies, right? And enemies in Shattered Realm don't drop anything. Then you have the like improved, what is it called? Improved challenge dungeon loot. That also doesn't work in Shattered Realm. So like I don't think Shattered Realm, it might be modified by the altar, but there's no reason to do so. And I don't think it's even modified by the altar. It can be tested, of course. We can just... It's actually going to be difficult to test. No. You could start a level 1 Shattered Realm, check for the health of enemies, just in general, leave, start a new session, modify the altar and see if the health goes up. That's probably the easiest way. Because if you start trying the higher level Shattered Realm, then you can be screwed over by the modifiers changing the enemy stats, like increasing their health. And now how are you going to compare if it's the altar or if it's the modifiers? So the most controlled environment is going to be like a level 1 Shattered Realm, probably. But from what they said, it shouldn't be modified. Not by ascended difficulty, at least. The entire idea, after all of... Oh, there's another one of these mushroom circles. The entire idea of ascended difficulty was to make campaign rewarding without improving the efficiency of Shattered Realm, which is the go-to farming area or game mode. So it wouldn't make sense for them to then beef up Shattered Realm by the altar and send the difficulty. That would leave the campaign behind again. I really should have increased the void marked containers for those Ashes of Awakening. I mean, my next character needs to awaken an entire set, and I'm not gonna have enough ashes to do so. I might have to farm on either this character or the next, or the Conjurer, to supply myself. From alpha horns, there's no there's no point picking them up. I can't pick them up because I already have one. It's for a quest for the Coven that I do not have access to yet. There's another bunch of rescues. Am I gonna lie to her like this? That's not going to work. We're not getting out of the fire, out of one fire to jump into another if I offer to send her through the Rift Gate. It's much safer than traversing the bog. That's true, but the place you're going to is not safe. I'll see you in Barrowholm. I skipped through the dialogue because it was happening kind of mid-fight, so I wanted to get through it quickly, and then my doggos killed anything and everything anyway. Ooh, double rare. Bloodthirsty Wendigo Claw of Annihilation. It is a vitality and bleeding item. Bleed on Markovian's advantage and devouring swarms. So that would be a warder. That's not using two-handed. Interesting. Every time I tried to come up with a warder, it's always been like, oh, this is using a two-handed weapon again. How did I end up like this? It's just such a natural combo. Okay, is that all of them? Yep, that's all of them. The rescues and the totems. Yeah, that's true. Retaliation Warder with the Dawnbreaker set, that is a weapon and shield. Yeah, that's true. I haven't made that one yet. I have actually made shockingly few retaliation builds. I need to fix that. I think I only have a Fire Retaliation Commando and an Acid Retaliation Sentinel. I think that's all I have. I see that the warding aura surrounding Barrowholm appears to have been restored. So you are good for something. I'll go ahead and give Scorv the word that you can be trusted. Seems we won't be spilling your blood today. Maybe you can make yourself useful once more? Sure, what is it? There is a matter of blood and carnage that awaits us, but Scorv will not let me leave the village unguarded, so it falls to you. Just to the east, there's an old mine that had provided jobs for the people of Barrowholm for generations. Its resources are now mostly dried up, but we've since used the abandoned tunnels to store emergency supplies. It seems something has broken through the sealed entrance and is now wreaking havoc on our food stores. We cannot allow this to happen. Go into the mine to the east of Barrowholm and exterminate whatever vermin had found their way inside. And I shall see that some of our supplies are shared with you. That is the Nexon shade that we were dealing with in the tunnel already. So I've already dealt with your pests. Really? You're quite the eager butcher. I like that. I'm starting to see why Scorv kept you around. Here, these materials should prove useful to you. You should feel fortunate. It's not exactly easy to scrounge up that much scrap in a bog. Yeah, that's what I was saying to the Coven. Yeah, another bunch of Barrowholm reputation, which we don't need anymore, because we are already revered.
A blessed welcome, traveler.
The travelers you rescued arrived just before you returned. I must thank you for your aid. It seems it was not going to be long before they became food for those savages. Yeah, because you're so much better, right? They will be much better suited here. Yeah. So, you can say that again. Seemed like the right thing to do. No, not even remotely. The Great One will take note of what you did this day, I'm sure of it. I'll let Scorv know that you've done us all a great service. Not a bunch of gold. Great. Where are the survivors? They were so terrified, those poor things. We took them inside the cellars to get some fresh clothes, feed them a bowl of orange soup, and get them rested for tomorrow. I see. What's gonna happen tomorrow, I wonder? So, let's go talk to Scorv.
I am so pleased that we could come to an understanding rather than resorting to needless bickering. As promised, my stash is open. You're welcome to take the fetish.
Anything else I can do to help?
I am thoroughly pleased to hear that you've been mingling among our people and finding a place for yourself in our little society outside. However, not all are as willing to accept our master's visions for this region as you are.
Again, for some reason, even though my voice audio is pretty much maxed in-game, some NPCs are just too quiet, so the music is overpowering them. Your master?
Yes, our protector, our guiding star through the tumultuous chaos. Once we were lost and dying. The bog threatened to consume us. But the Wendigo spirit showed us another way.
Wendigo? You mean those things attacking me out there?
You describe the uglier side of things, yes. But do not take the flesh crazed as representation of the greater picture. They are but a symptom of a world that is sick. We are the true chosen at Ravager. We have been uplifted, as can you be.
I'm going to stop you.
after the wards you've restored for us? Or the flesh you've hand-delivered?
What do you mean?
Or perhaps the ritual materials you helped secure within the mine? Whether you like it or not, you are in this now, and we are stronger than ever for it. Ravager's arrival is nearly upon us, and much of it is thanks to you.
I find it suspicious that a tiny village of a few people is apparently able to raise a god. That doesn't take much, does it? I may as well see it through.
Pleased to hear it.
So what's the problem?
We've always had tense relations with the nearby gathering of witches, but so long as we stayed to our sides of the bog, we generally had no issues. In many ways, we are just as much outcasts as they are. And so we've had somewhat of a mutual understanding. But there is one among them known as Laria the Hexer, who does not respect our little truce. Unlike her sisters, she lives within Ugden Bog itself, and from it she weaves eldritch magic in order to subdue our master's plans. In fact, it was her who damaged our totems. High time her meddling is ended. Find the den of this witch, and deal with her for good. Yes, our protector, our guiding star through the tumultuous... the Wendigo spirit is ancient manifestation of life itself. It has protected us for generations, all for a little harmless worship.
Very harmless. Okay, so I'm just gonna skip through this dialogue, accept the quest, pick up my fetish. The shopkeep is still not here, right? Oh? No, that's not her. No, still not here. Maybe they show up after this quest. So I now need to... Wait, is it not showing the quest? Oh yeah, I have to deal with Laria the Hexer. No, it is showing the quest. I have 3 quests and I'm not seeing it. What the hell is wrong with me? You need to go here-ish, I believe. And she's up north. There's the refuge of one of the witches. That was the one that was hostile immediately. And the second one is here. On this one you do not get access to... Actually, no, I think you do get access to her before, but there's nothing to do there, so I didn't go in. Until you have this quest. And then you have a choice.
I don't know who you are, but please leave.
I'm here to warn you about the Wendigo cult. For me, I am keenly aware of the dangers of thwarting their plans. What's changed? They wanted me to murder you, but I cannot. Well, that is certainly a relief, though knowing now that the Wendigo fanatics are out to get me does not bode well for my efforts here. Perhaps it is best if I avoid any confrontations for a while. Lay low. I do not know why you are working with them, but you came to warn me, so I suppose I won't ask. Please tell whoever sent you that I am dead. I will make sure that I am not found. Thank you. Stay safe. And that's a Wendigo spirit for us. Meanwhile, one of our hounds died to her aether wards, because apparently survival instinct is not a thing for the Hounds of Hell. Ah, our shopkeep is here. Excellent. Let's get our life scent powders. We have no other use for you people.
Come see what's left of my wares.
So, let's put it in here. So that is the bleeding resistance, the best bleeding resistance augment you can get. Like, it's not efficient in terms of resistances in total, because usually you can get like +10 or something like that. Though for bleeding resistance, I think the best one is like +9 to bleeding and +9 to something else. I don't remember. If there even is one. Oh, it might be +8% and some regen, which I think you can get from the Coven, maybe. So, like, if you're super desperate for bleeding res, then you might have to ally with these guys. But we are here for this, which will go onto, I believe, every piece of equipment that we have. Because the only things that I have applied is Pierce Res here and Pierce Res here, which we no longer... Oh, well, also here, so I might have to keep one. I can lose 30, that's fine. But I shouldn't lose more. Now, the thing with Pierce Resistance is that there's not really many enemies that reduce it. There are some that basically reduce resistance to everything, like Ancient Gargoyles. They have like this roar that debuffs all of your resistances. And so you generally want to be at least 20 over so that just in case you get hit by that one specific enemy and there's a whole bunch of Pierce guys nearby, you don't get detonated. But Pierce is one of those resistances that otherwise you can basically just keep capped and not go much further than that. And there's nothing else here for us. Yeah. Okay, so
It's good use.
I'm going to apply it's this. I don't need anymore, right? If I apply this, yeah, we are plenty overcapped, so no need. This has also Pierce. Okay, so I might need to keep 2, looks like. Holy hell, I have a lot of these, in fact. Huh. I'm not gonna be able to apply as many as I thought. I could fix that. I could... No, if I replace this with Spell-Scorched Plating, I will gain 20, is it 20 or 15 Pierce? But then I lose the 4% health on the Enchanted Earth, only to then regain 4% health from the Life Sand Powder, so it really doesn't make sense to make that swap. Huh. Oh yeah, because one of the things that I was previously calculating with was having an augment here that gave me 20% Pierce Res in addition to cold damage and flat health. I swapped it with this one. And this one is better. So okay, I think I'm sticking with just these. So that's Pierce on here, on here. I have Pierce on 4. No, on 3? Yeah, so it's on the belt, the boots, and the shoulders. Okay, that's more than I expected, I must say. I thought I would have more. None of the buffs that I am applying here increased that. Okay. But it's still, I gained 2000 health. Something like that. That's good enough. I'm gonna go back to Scorf while I'm here.
Have you dealt with that pest yet?
Yes, I took care of her for good.
So you did that. The Ravager is pleased by your service to the cause. He wishes to reward you with a special hunt.
Tell me more about this.
The eve of Ravager's return will soon be upon us, and the Wendigo's hunger shall be unquenchable. We cannot truly fulfill his ravenous needs, but we can at least appease them for a time. But not just any meal will do. We must have the hearts of 3 Wendigo ancients, known as Handaroth, Olivioth, and Uvaloth. These creatures have long ago outlived their purpose and must now perform one final duty for Ravager. The great Wendigo spirit has called to them and drawn them out of hiding amidst Ugdenbog and Gloomwald so that you can perform the necessary rites. Bring me their hearts. Appease the great spirit.
Sure. This is areas that we've already cleared, so I am... Well, not all of them, because one is back in Gloomwald. But while it's cleared, I'm gonna go do this. If I remember correctly, one should be... They actually have multiple spawn points, so I should run from Barrowholm on foot. Because they're not always in the same place. They will highlight, so I don't have to... Yeah, there's one. Oh no, what? Oh, that's the essence of Ugdenbog. Fuck, it's screwing me over. In that case, I'm gonna go first. Turn this in so that I don't get misled. That will make those disappear. At least it should. So the last one that I haven't helped is here. Corin Earthern.
The aura of wild magic is unmistakable. You bring the essence?
I have it here.
Yes, these are exactly what we need. The spirit of the earth feels raw, unadulterated by mortal machinations. If there is any hope of realigning Baronath's essence with the valley it once sought to protect, then this will be it. I thank you, Lowlander. On behalf of all Kern.
That's everything.
You work fast. Skald Magwin will want to waste no time. We must leave for the Aurora Peaks immediately.
I will speak to the Skald. Okay, so let's clear that up. Now, because we haven't fought Mogdrogen, I'm thinking that I do not get to fight the stronger version of him here yet. So, this Wolfie here is the key to that, and there's no new dialogue there.
I hear you have already mustered the necessary materials. Oh, you are a gift from the gods.
What of the beast?
I am told the great beast Baronath's rampage has carried it all the way up our sacred mountain. I fear that reaches the peak, then it will usher in an age of darkness upon Osterkarn, from which there is no turning back. This wicked taint will only grow, spreading to Erelon and beyond. None will be spared from the void's all-devouring influence.
Is it too late?
Perhaps, but we must not drown in despair just yet. I will travel with my pupils to the Aurora Peaks, beyond the glaciers to the north of the Dread Wastes. There, we will carve the ancient runes and prepare for the ritual. We have already asked much of you, but I must ask for your aid once more. Will you join us on the roof of the world and face Baronath?
I need a reminder. What's so special about this mountain?
I do not know what instinct drives the beast up there, but it is no coincidence. The Aurora Peaks are sacred to my people. Their tallest mountain, Anshalar, or Roof of the World in your tongue, pierces the heavens and looks out upon the brilliant lights, the breath of the gods. The veil is thin in those mountains. If Baronath's taint corrupts the peak, then the valley will soon follow, and with it the rest of Cairn.
I'll meet you on the peak. Okay. Oh, no. We do have new dialogue. The giant wolf companion of the Kern High Chieftain stares deeply into your eyes. There is something familiar about them. Stare back into the wolf's eyes. Your head begins to throb, and in your mind you see a far-off cliff in the Aurora Peaks. You're not sure why, but someone you know awaits you there. Oh, so I don't have to fight him. In the first version. Leave to go investigate.
Few have been up the sacred mountain since the Bloodbound took control of the western reaches. It was once considered a rite of passage to make the pilgrimage to the roof of the world, to dance among the breath of the gods and gaze upon the infinity of stars. Much of that is lost to us now.
Maybe we can change that. Okay, so I got an attribute point. That's a pleasant surprise. What's my status with the Coven? I'm almost there. I did gain access to the stash, so I think maybe if I turn this in, I might get honored with the Coven, get the final augment that I'm missing, and then I'm set. Still wondering where I'm losing that pierce resistance that I expected to have. Let me just open my Grim Tools. Spiritualists, a prefix that I wanted. That didn't give me pierce resistance. Why am I missing some? I have 15 here, 15 here. Just checking my Grim Tools real quick. Did I change one of my augments? I didn't. I'm so confused. I have one more augment on me currently. Maybe I low rolled one pierce resistance somewhere on one of my gear pieces. Okay, this is a low roll. This is also a low roll. This is about... This is close to a low roll. Yeah, so I low rolled most of my pierce resistances. That's why. I can reroll that. It shouldn't be too expensive. This one doesn't have pierce. Neither does this. The sword, I've already rerolled that one too many times anyway. Yeah, so I just... If I reroll some of my resistances to get better pierce, I can swap this for one more. Okay.
You've returned. Are you ready to complete our bargain?
Here it is as promised.
You chose to negotiate with the thieves.
Oh, no
That is your
reputation?
business. All that matters is that the fetish is back in our hands. Now, for our end of the deal.
What do we do next?
In now forgotten times, our kind used to travel to Ugdumbog in order to perform dark bindings at the altar of Ratosh. The altar has not seen use in decades, and now lies forgotten on the northern edge of the bog. However, it is a place where the veil between realities is at its thinnest.
How will this help me?
The altar of Ratosh is a rare place in Cairn where one can pierce the veil. I've marked Ulgrim's keepsake with the runes of seeking. Place it upon the altar and a way into the void should be revealed. Whether you find your friend alive on the other side, or just his tainted bones, that I do not know. But the void may offer you more than just salvation for Ulgrim. Once it had served as a means of traversing great distances, though not always with predictable results. If the cult of Cthon had opened rifts near Malmouth, then perhaps you can use the void as a tunnel. While I cannot promise you success, it is perhaps your only chance of bringing back Ulgrim and reaching Malmouth. Seek out the altar of Ratosh in the northern reaches of Ugdumbog, beyond Barrelholm. I wish you luck.
You say you no longer use this altar. Why?
That is a tale steeped in myths and legends. But I suppose we learned the hard way to steer clear of the dark promises of that altar. No sister dares approach it. You may not like what I offer, but I assure you, there is no other way.
I guess this is the best we've got. Okay, so we didn't get... Oh, we have more quests for her, and I think we've already completed some, so I'm just gonna hand it in, and that should get me the reputation I need.
Now that you have what you came for, I was wondering if we could do more for one another.
What did you have in mind?
Ever since the Ugdumbog fetish was stolen from us, our wards have weakened. Some of our protective spells have even failed us. To put it simply, we are exposed out here, and that makes us uncomfortable. We have plans to restore our wards, but for that, we require new materials. If you are willing to assist the Coven, with compensation for your efforts, of course, we will require some more exotic ingredients. First, we require venom gaze bile from the basilisks in Ugdumbog. Only the mature ones will do, as the venom must be extra potent. Secondly, and this one may prove to be a bit of a risk, is the horn from a leaf mane alpha. Those brutes are fiercely territorial, so be careful. Lastly, we will require a rare herb known as the Ugdumbloom. You may find it growing out in the bog, but sometimes they grow atop Ugdumbog golems. Will you do this for us?
We already have those. We even got the leaf mane horn up in Asterkarn for some reason. I think because I opened a beast, like Savage Totem, and it spawned those leaf manes for us. Will this suffice?
Yes, perfect. You continue to be a service to the Coven, for which we thank you. But though we now have the materials we need, there is a threat that not even our wards will be able to protect us from. Care to assist us?
Go on.
Deep beneath Ugdumbog, a vast network of caverns and roots traverses the entire region. We call it the Undergrowth. Centuries ago, a single seed sprouted roots within those caverns. It grew to become a massive creature known as Silvaria. She has become twisted and rotten after all these years. Her black roots spread out across the undergrowth, breaching the surface and marring the land. It is only a matter of time before she reaches the Coven. She must be pruned and new plant life be allowed to thrive within Ugdumbog. Find the entrance to the undergrowth up in Ugdenbog and deal with this threat.
Again, we've already done that. Because I did full exploration, I have already dealt with this aberration.
Good. Perhaps in time,
There we
new
go.
plant life will sprout from her remains that brings a healthy balance to the ecosystem. Our matron, Malostria, will be pleased to hear this news. In fact, she has been inquiring about you. You should speak to her when you get an opportunity. You will find her below us, at the center of the refuge. She is usually tending to the ritual circle we will need to restore our ward.
Okay, so now I can buy the augment that I wanted.
Come see what's left of my
It's
wares.
probably too greedy of me. Yeah, there is our bleeding resistance. Okay, so it's the Coven. It is 10%, so it's only 5% worse than the Barrowholm one, but still, it is worse if you really stretch thin. I wanted Wraith Scream. Where is it? There it is. So, the problem with this one is it gives us the wrong flat damage, and we are not converting this. But it's also 75 offensive ability, which we do quite a bit to increase through percentage bonuses. So I want to apply one of these. Okay, that brings our offensive ability to 3,750-ish, which is a ridiculous number, I must say. And yet, somehow, still feels like not enough. So this goes into my shared stash into the defensive thingies. I actually should buy more of them, not just one.
Come see what's left of my wares.
For future use,
Iron well
I did buy more of them, and then I overlooked them in my inventory. Holy shit, how bad can you get at gaming? So, that's that. I do have one of those double rares, right? Did I sell it already? No, I didn't. Okay. That goes into my weapons. Not there. Okay.
I'll keep an eye on this.
So, now I'm gonna sell my shit. And even though we've beefed up enemies quite a bit, I'm gonna try to get... What is this? Ooh, Ugdenbog Cord, that's new. Nightblade Belt. Piercing to Vitality. That is quite handy because Nightblade has now resistance reduction to Vitality. Well, I'm saying now, it has had it for a while, but I haven't played during that time. It's not a double rare, but that's good to know that it exists for future. None of these others are double rares, so I don't have to worry about selling them. Okay, that's that. I was doing the Handaroth, Yuvuloth and all that stuff, but screw it. We're going back to Fangs. So we need to get to the, firstly, Aurora Pinnacle. That is the Wolfie that was giving us the eyes. They also, in the hotfix or patch that happened... Stop shooting at me. That happened on Friday, they increased the spawn rates of enemies in several... I don't know which specifically, but in many Asterkan areas, so it'll be a lot more densely packed than we're used to. They also said that they increased the drop rates of Ugdenblooms. Frozen Aster. I'm not entirely convinced that is true. But there is one enemy here that drops it. They had like 40% chance to drop it. I want to see if maybe it's just guaranteed now. Or if he drops multiple, perhaps. It's not an efficient way to farm it. The better place to farm it is still going to be in Freyol Valley. Which, by the way, I should probably do a runoff real quick. Just for efficiency's sake. Did I get one? I did not. I did get 3 Soul Echoes. That's not bad. But no Frozen Aster. So that's disappointing. I was hoping he would be at least guaranteed, given how much run distance you have here. I'm gonna do one quick run of Frail Valley before I teleport to the next area. Because Frozen Esther is gonna be also in high demand. And here we have the Wolfie. Greetings, child of my gifts. I trust you have not squandered what you have been given. Oh, I think he's referring to the fact that we're a werewolf. Why did you call for me to come here? You have shown yourself to be an ally of Cairn, battling both the agents of its makers and that which should not be. Oh, aspect of Baronath. Thank you very much. You bend the Aether's corruption to your will, gaining strength beyond your peers. The time will come when this strength will be tested in ways unimaginable. You must be ready. You stand before my vessel, a mere imitation of my might, but I would see what you are capable of. You wish to fight me? I will see your strength or I will break you. Either you are what Cairn requires or you will make way for ones who are. This is a vessel? Yes, an extension of my will through the mortal flesh standing before you. It will be sufficient for my purpose. Okay, so this is a new super boss of this expansion. And he is mean. And I'm gonna get my ass kicked, but I'm just gonna give it a casual try. I am not expecting to make any progress. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't instantly pop me. Let's see it. Yeah, the wolves are not surviving at all. This guy is pissing me off with his rocks. This is going bad. Ow. Yeah. I mean, we were doing decent damage, but holy shit does he hurt. I think you can only fight him on Ascended difficulty. Yeah, that is a fight. I can't just stand there. Can you level up using cold items? For this character specifically, you in fact can't level as cold, because all of the cold conversions for werewolf are only available endgame. What I was using to level, I already have, because I was preparing to do a video on this character. Though first I need to figure out how to edit videos. I already have a bunch of items generated. These are from GD Stash, just as a showcase. These are basically the two items that you will be using for leveling. If you are skipping difficulties, and therefore have access to all of the Rift Gates in the game, then you will be trying to farm Grulir's Tainted Cleaver, which is available in the Black Citadel. In... not Ashes, fuck. Fangs of Estekarn. But the majority of the time you will spend probably using this, Bloodstone Scepter, which gives you a Chaos Werewolf, gives you not much conversion, but you don't actually need conversion. It gives you Fire to Chaos. It gives you some Vitality to Chaos as well. So that lets you use Sigil of Consumption and then use Rip and Tear to reduce its cooldown. So this would be like a Chaos Mystic. You could make a build just around this, even at endgame. So this is basically going to be the only thing that you have going for you as a Mystic during leveling. This, and once you get access to it, then this. This can also be, you can get this as early as Sodden Hollow. So like at the very start of the game, and also in Burwich Outskirts. But if you are able to difficulty skip, the easiest place to get this item is in the Black Citadel, in here. There is a vendor. This is actually the perfect place to be equipping your Chaos Werewolf. Because there's this vendor here who sells Bloodsworn items, and in here is the Chieftain Groldir who drops this weapon. So everything you need you can get in these two places. That is basically all you have going for you as a leveling werewolf. Or Mystic Werewolf. On other builds you might have other options. back to business. So okay, we get our ass kicked by Mugdor again. That was expected. I think I might be able to take his normal version though. I could try that later this stream maybe, depending on how our fight here goes. I also said I was gonna do the run of Frail Valley, but screw that, I want to see the final fight. Oh! This also wasn't here. Okay, so there were more lore nodes that weren't dropping than I thought, because I definitely broke this and it wasn't spawning. The first rune, I, Skald Maltak, commit these words to memory, that future Kern may know of their wisdom. When the valleys and rivers were already old and the first Kern came to eat and drink of their bounty, Asterkarn was home to the wise Hranak. These masters of the old ways were the caretakers of this verdant land, and we were but children, our minds empty and hungry to become knowing. Graciously, the Hranak imparted upon us many things. We learned how to track and follow the herds, the shifting seasons. We learned that for the forest to grow for the next generations, we must leave every fourth tree. We learned to turn wood and stone into shelters that can withstand the cruel winters. And we learned of the ancient runes that our skalds and mystics even now weave into their magics. The Hranak taught us many of the signs, but the first was the most humbling, and perhaps the most damning. While Kern learned to tame the wilderness, we are not bereft of that fundamental truth of man, the greed which swells within each of our spirits. The temptation to take and amass when one's survival is already assured, even if it comes at the suffering of another. It was the Hranakian master Akutori who wove the first rune into the air before the Kern, its blaze burning bright and singeing our faces of all that beheld it. Singeing the faces of all that beheld it. The first Kern asked, "Master, we already know how to make fire. Why teach us this rune first?" To which the wizened bird replied, "Fire is the warmth and the life from which all things grow, and it is also the destroyer by which life may be taken. In the light of 1,000,000 stars, we thrive here upon this gift from the gods. But have no illusion. That same fire may bring annihilation. If you leave here having learned nothing else, leave knowing this." Okay, interesting. Not sure what that exactly is about. Okay, so we have a monster totem, might as well. Maybe it will drop some of those soul echoes that we're after. I need to remember to keep applying my energy potion. This is something that I think I've been doing a better job at it than last stream, but I still let it run out sometimes. Because it's increasing my armor and applying a damage reduction shield, or damage absorption shield I should say. Oh, there's a chest, that's nice. Ugden Bloom, that's it? Stingy. Oh, these guys are very resistant to cold damage. That hurt. Somehow. I don't even know what hit me. Oh, there's still a guy alive. Ashes of Awakening, and that's it. Not getting as many, considering how much I beefed up the Spirit Echo drop rate, I'm really not getting much. Okay, there is the NPC that gives us a skill point on this difficulty. We've already spoken to her. There's more ashes, thank you. Now, let's see how bad this gets. I've heard horror stories of this fight. So once we get close, I'm gonna open a portal. I'm not sure I'm able... What are you doing here? I mean, I guess they do spawn behind us sometimes. Just haven't been here in such a long time, I forgot. Bloodbound Guardian, is that the... Apparently one of these Bloodbound shields is currently bugged. And it's not working. The skill modifier on it isn't working. Is it this one? No, not this one. It's a shield for Chaos Mortar Traps. It's apparently not... The conversion isn't applying. Also, I'm hoping this end fight isn't too bad, because I'm probably gonna be farming it quite a lot. There's a number of items that this boss can drop that are like account-wide. There's a number of potion modifiers, and also has a number of legendary weapons that are gonna be quite important. In fact, my next build is gonna be using one of them. Who are you? Prodromos, Herald of the End Times. The name sounds familiar. Oh, Prodromos, those were a cavalry unit at Age of Mythology. Oh, achievement. Delaying the inevitable and forestalling the end. Okay. Sanguine Crescent. Herald's Bloody Crest, that's a normal drop. Okay, opening a rift, just in case. Scott Mogwin.
Our path is clear. Amatak's breath is at our backs. Are you prepared for what's next?
Yes, I am ready.
Up ahead is Anjala, the roof of the world. A once sacred place, now wreathed in Baranath's rage. I wish I could do more, but I'm afraid my stories will offer little aid, and these frail bones will only get in the way. My apprentices are prepared to do what is necessary. Ascend the peak and blow upon the horn of Igbar to attract the demigod's ire. Then the unthinkable begins. I trust you will know what to do.
One way or another, this ends today. This is the first decent reputation gain you get with the Kern. And granted, this is with 200 plus 200% reputation gain, so normally it would just be 500. So they are stingy.
May Amatak guide your hand in battle, and Ulo grant you the kindness necessary to spare Baranath's life.
Okay, before we begin, I think I'll take a quick bio break, because this will probably be tense, and I don't want to be already tense in my seat as it is. So I'll be right back, just a few moments. Alright, let's do this shit. Let's get torn in half. Still don't drop anything. Sent to the roof of the world. Dangerous domain, you don't say. Oh yeah, sure, make them attack faster. Oh, hello. Comfy up there? Baroness offerings. Okay, so those are the chests. Horn of Igvar. Okay, let's explore our environment first. So we have these three that I would be astonished if they survive this encounter. Kern urn. Why is there an urn in the middle of this? Nothing in it. Oh, another one. Oh. Horn of Igvar. The ancient stone horn stands atop Anashalar, the sacred mountain, the roof of the world. It has laid silent for generations of Kern. Let its cry ring out across the heavens. Call forth the great beast. Oh, there you are. Okay, pause. What is this? 260 defensive. That's fine. Where are you going? Come back here. That's us under. Looks like he might not be... That's it. Isn't there a third phase? You're another guardian of Asterkarn. Why are you still here? That was very easy. In fact. And I cannot interact with this. Why are you still here? Is there like a... Am I missing something? Death Guard Mantle. Okay, so he didn't drop any of his legendaries. Why are you still here? I cannot interact with you. Is there a continuation to this? I cannot open a rift in here, so if I click this, I just go back. Is there anything else?
We could hear the sounds of your battle from here. It will make for an unforgettable ballad.
We were able to save Baroness. Were we?
Friend of the Kern, you have achieved the impossible. Alongside our brave druids, you have freed a proud creature from the clutches of the Great Annihilator. Their names will live on in song, but yours shall be carried to the eternal halls of the ancestors in honor of your bravery and tenacity. I feel as if a miasma of apathy and defeat has been lifted from our shoulders. This day shall never be forgotten among the Kern now living and those yet to be born. And it is all thanks to the unthinkable, a lowlander willing to extend a hand across centuries of mistrust. I hope these meager offerings will suffice as a token of our thanks.
What will the Kern do now?
Baronath's injuries were immense, and they were never allowed to fully heal during centuries of its imprisonment, with the Great Annihilator's tendrils boring into them. I am confident that, with the aid of our healers, the great beast will rise again, and its roar shall echo across the valley. This day marks a new beginning for the Kern. We will reclaim our ancestral lands and restore nature's balance in Asterkarn.
I'm glad to hear it. And you have another quest for me, it seems.
I hear you have been busy working alongside the venerable Thane Vilgar to bring honor to my people and restore old relations. Who would have thought it would take a lowlander to mend the wounds between us and our once Drangul allies? With our numbers bolstered, I believe we now stand a chance to land a decisive blow to the Bloodbound.
What did you have planned?
When the Bloodbound assaulted Kernhold, they were unsuccessful in taking our capital, but they did claim a lesser citadel to the west of Ulos Springs. It was once known as Korba's Stand, but we now call it the Bloodbound Bastion. Alongside our Drangul allies, the time has come to take it back. We will not stand the presence of enemies at our doorstep any longer. Thane Vilgar has requested you personally. Meet him at the gates of our enemy, and aid him in whatever ways you can.
Bloodbound will suffer defeats. Well, probably yes. If this was Baronath fight, then they probably don't stand a chance. I have one theory, and that could be that the Baronath fight doesn't get affected by Ascendant and the modifiers on the Ascension altar, because that felt surprisingly easy. Like, I heard horror stories about how he fills up the entire arena with like damage over time, ground pools and stuff like that. And I just basically camped him at the spawn point and killed him right there. Threw a Sunder that I didn't avoid. Like, Korvac felt harder than this. That is strange. Now granted, I was fighting Korvac without having a full set, I think, so that might be the problem, but like, yeah, that felt strangely easy. Let's see if these guys put up more of a fight. So, the best place to... The icon says, or shows that it should be near the ruins of Utak-Kunar, so I'm gonna see if that's true. Or if there's a better way to access it. It is here, huh. I thought it was somewhere in here, but I guess not. Spank you around. So here you are. Thane Vilgar and Chief Snarltooth. That's the guy we met in the Crucial Crags. And this area, it seems like, is going to be the challenge dungeon, because I have explored all the way here and I cannot get in. There's no door that I can click on. There's also one more area that we didn't explore. I think it's in here. Yeah, this barricade we cannot open. But there was clearly something behind it, because there was an entrance that I could mouse over and it said where it leads, but I couldn't enter. So I'm guessing that's gonna open as well. So what do you have to say?
Blades are eager to bring battle to the tainted mongrels once again. Join them while there is still blood to be spilled.
Who are the Gur? Are those Drangul? I don't know. I shall. Maybe that's the name of his clan. Thane Vilgar.
You have answered the call, as I knew you would. The winds of Amatak are at our backs, and our axes thirst for the blood of our enemies. Our Drangul allies stand with us. We are ready to begin the final assault. I am counting on you to be part of the vanguard.
What can I do?
The soil drinks deep of blood-bound gore, but to shatter their will, we must behead the snake. Enter this den of malice and depravity, and act as my executioner. Find the 2 blood-bound lieutenants and break them. When their lifeless eyes stare back at you, no doubt their leader, the blood-bound warlord Greta Ironeye, will emerge to challenge you. Crush her, as you have countless foes before her.
It will be done.
You will bleed!
Okay, so far so easy. I don't have nemesis with this faction. basically the only faction that I don't, so I probably would like to farm them up. How far along am I? I don't even know. Okay, so we just keep spewing stuff out. Jahar Rinhorn. Okay. Oh, Nemesis with Bloodbound. That answers my question. I do want to find their Nemesis, so I might do some exploration of the... what is it called? Black Citadel. After this, the only Nemesis that I haven't fought yet is the one that I can't, because I am not hostile with Barrowholm. Vog Bloodspell. Okay. That was a decent density of enemies. If this continues to work like this after you have cleared the place, this is gonna be a good place to farm reputation in the future. Ah, there's Grada Iron Eye. Blaze Seer Crest. I already have the full Blaze Seer ready to awaken. Interestingly, there's actually a reason to not awaken it, because the full awakened legendary Blaze Seer is purely fire and burn, but the non-awakened one supports chaos as well. So if you want to do like Chaos Blackwater Cocktail, it's better to not awaken the set. Thainvilgar.
The fighting seems to be slowing. My men are chasing down the stragglers as we speak. Is it done? Has Iron Eye paid the blood price?
Their leaders lie dead.
Many Kern and Drangul alike have drawn their final breath this day, but it is not in vain. Just as we once spilled blood side by side in ages past, our efforts are again united. Bloodbound Bastion will no longer be a shameful stain upon the Kern. It will instead become a resolute symbol of the renewed alliance between the Kern and Dranguls. You, a lowlander we once thought a specter of old hatreds returning, have been instrumental in all this. I thank you. On behalf of all the Kern living and yet to be born, you have forged a bond of fire and blood that will not easily be broken.
Okay, so we gain another. This is a good haul of reputation at least, and we get a legendary ring, which is a new physical resistance and pierce resistance reduction ring. I'm gonna save that one. I have plans for that. But I thought I would be able to get in here as well. I'm just gonna go check, because this quest was technically assigned to me by the chieftain. Maybe she has a follow-up. Does she, or... No, she does not.
You are always welcome here, friend of the...
Huh. Okay, is there somebody else maybe in the camp that sends me there? I'm gonna just peek a nose into all of the buildings if maybe there's a quest giver. There's so many NPCs here though. This is the market. Doubt there's gonna be anybody here. Yeah, there isn't. Oh, while I'm here, I wanted to reroll some of my pierce resistances here. How much does it cost? It's not too bad. I'm actually kind of low rolled on the entire item anyway. 29% pierce resistance. The health hasn't improved much. In fact, it has gone down kinda. But yeah, this will do. 6% fizz res, that also helps. So now I'm 36. If I get one more decent roll elsewhere, like this. Although no, this is very high on the attack speed, I don't want to lose that. So I want to reroll something else. This doesn't have pierce. This one has pierce. And it has the minimum roll on health. Yeah, I can do better. The Aether conversion doesn't matter. I can reroll this one. So I was sitting at 26 pierce. 27 pierce, fuck that. 34 pierce, there we go. Poison is max. The health is decent. Yeah, this is a max cold roll. This is a good one. Mostly. Okay, so now with this, I can remove one of these augments.
Bring me back something interesting.
Minor optimization, but every little bit counts. So I am going to remove it from the helmet. No, shoulders, right? Shoulders have it, yeah. Okay, drop it from here. Our health goes up by 500. Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. Okay, now sell everything except for the ring. I wanted to save the ring.
Save storage, no questions.
This goes here. Stone Thane, there it is. This weapon, I'm not sure. We found this from one of the chieftains of the Bloodbound. I'm not sure. I'm gonna check if it drops anywhere else. Or if it's exclusive to this. Item database. This is Crescent. Crescent. I would be surprised if it was like a... Yeah, it's a random drop. I'm gonna sell that.
It's safe with me, promise.
Every time I alt tab, for some reason the game keeps thinking that I'm holding the alt button and disables my ability to click on. Like if I'm holding alt, I cannot speak to anybody. So it keeps messing me up. This can go. I didn't have any double rares, as far as I remember. Actually, the mental... No, it wasn't. Okay. So this can all go. What does the Iron Eye helmet do? Solhan's Technique and Belgothian's Shears. So it's a Blade Master helmet. If for some reason you don't want to be playing Belgothian, maybe? Like an alternative to Belgothian? I'm not sure I would take that route, but okay. It also has cooldown reduction on it. Interesting. Yeah, that is a weird item. Flame Wall. That's a fire retaliation, but this is not a retaliation item. Oh yeah, this one. The Bloodbound Defender is the one that doesn't work currently. The Mortar Trap conversion is bugged somehow. Okay, so that's that. I was looking for an NPC if there's somebody to give me a quest. Or is it maybe that we already have the locations of both? Challenge dungeons. One would be in the Crucial Crags up here, and one would be the other location that I cannot enter. The only place I haven't checked is downstairs. If there's nobody there, I'm just gonna check myself before I wreck myself. If the doorway opens now or not. Yeah, these guys, I mean, why would they send me there? These guys are low importance. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna check myself if there's a reason to go there, but as So the entrance is in Utak Kunar. Up north. Past all the dead guys. Animals, sure. Don't kill them. They didn't do anything wrong. And in here, the cave-in blocks the way. Yeah, I noticed. Why can't I go in? And these guys up here don't give me any more quests, because I've just spoken to them. So is it locked away? It's not by reputation, I'm already revered. Has anybody been able to get there? Am I missing something? This is not a rhetorical question. Oh, there's suddenly a bunch of NPCs in here. Hello. Anybody I can talk to?
This one knows how to fight.
Yeah, I do. Okay, so I'm guessing if you've completed this and you reload the game, it will no longer be full of enemies, so this is not gonna be a good place to farm reputation then.
This victory
No.
The mongrel warlord is dead. Victory is ours. We will lay their guts upon the stones for the crows to feast.
What will the Gur tribe do now?
Triangle land still swarm with traitor blood. Your Thane has vowed to stand with us when we purge the weak. We gather our strength, then we march upon Drangal Fortress.
What is Drangal Fortress?
They are old stones, carved from the Mother Peak, where first Drangal claimed dominion over all Krusul. The blood traitor shamans defile the earth and mock our ancestors. The Gur will crush their skulls into the rocks.
Yeah, so this is gonna be the challenge dungeon, I'm guessing. That doesn't unlock. So, I guess... I mean, we do know there's going to be 2 challenge dungeons. So my best guess is... this is number 1, because we cannot get there yet. And this might be number 2, but that would mean that there would be 2 challenge dungeons for the Bloodbound. I mean, I have nothing against it. Maybe this one will be like full of the corrupted Drangul, and the other one is just gonna be full Bloodbound. Would be my best guess. Okay, so that looks like we're basically done with Fangs of Hestakar. Now I'm going to do one more thing, and that is... I want to see the nemesis of the Bloodbound. So I'm gonna do a little run of this place, because there's a good bunch of Bloodbound here. Spawn the nemesis. See what it's all about, and then... oh, it's the Dread. Fuck me. Okay, you are so beefed up that you probably one-tapped me, right? Okay, that's the projectile spawn. All my hounds are dead. You turn with me? Well, that's not fair. Okay, so everything that this thing does, you just have to dodge away. Oh, that's the petrification. That's the pool. Okay, come over. No, that doesn't work. I need to stop doing that. That's the pool. Ow. Okay, now I have the Enrage, or whatever it's called. Yeah, but its time's out. Yeah, it ran out. I didn't have time to attack. That's the pool. Get out of it. The issue is I don't really have a lot of space cleared here. And I don't want to be pulling in more enemies. I almost ate that. Nope, not hitting that, thank you very much. I don't want these guys interfering, I don't know what they do. Got you! Alright. Somehow... So either this thing is just not affected by the Ascension Altar, which doesn't make sense, right? Because the Ascension Altar specifically can increase the spawn rate of this thing and modify its abilities or like beef up its stats. So I think I just did that with this thing beefed up by like, what is the damage increase? Let me see. Thank you, Hunt. How did I do this with a beefed up Dread when I couldn't do it before without it? Like, yeah, like 330% increased health, 180% all damage. And I was getting one-tapped before. I didn't increase my health and defenses by that much. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm happy, obviously, but I'm just confused by, you know, if you improve something, it's good to know how you improved it so that you can repeat the result in the future and not just that you luckily face rolled into a success. There is I already know that there's a guy here that you need to talk to. Yeah, the Dread. Find someone in Kernhold that knows more about the Dread. So, we're going to go find that someone. I already know who it is and where they are. Or not. I thought they were... Maybe they're on the others. Yeah, they look similar, those ledges. Yeah, they're at this staircase. So, Elder Torbjorn.
Oh, ho, ho, a lowlander. What a delight.
I know that haunted look, Lowlander. You have seen it, haven't you? Seen what? It is the feeling of showing up to battle without your blade sharpened, the sense of wrongness when the air stinks of death. It is the horror of knowing the end is nigh as the enemy's axe drops upon your skull. I speak of the dread, and we have all seen it in our nightmares. It is the manifestation of the world's suffering born in the dread wastes, where the land weeps with 1,000 wounds inflicted upon he who dwells below creation. Just thinking about it makes me sick. The dread cannot be killed, only pushed back into the shadows from whence it came. I'm afraid that if it has marked you for death, then your victory only delays the inevitable. But there is power in facing your terrors. Learn from the experience and be prepared for when it comes again. +1 skill points, current reputation, and 3 Ashes of Awakening. You know, if you were aspects of Baranath, I would be more appreciative. But still, thanks. So, we get our skill points, which will go in here, because that buffs both our and our pet's damage. Doesn't hurt that it improves pet survivability. And we didn't get to do what I wanted, though. I was looking for the Bloodborne Nemesis, or Bloodbound Nemesis. So I still want to do that. So I'm gonna go back to the... Why am I running there on foot? I can just zip over. It's not like I made it anywhere important. Also, they changed the... In one of the recent hotfixes, they changed the helmet that the Dread drops. It now always spawns with at least 1 rare affix. So hunting this thing is gonna be much easier. This one we got is Pierce, Vitality, Elemental damage. Damage over time, health, cunning. More health, +1 to all skills. Ring of Steel. Yeah, because it's of balanced steel. I'm gonna save these because, I mean, I'm not looking forward to having to farm them, right? So might as well go kill Groldir, because he was so generous to give us one of our... I was gonna say leveling items, but realistically we only got it at like level 80 or something. He's so annoying. Because of these invulnerable hellhounds. that just keeps spamming you with AoEs. Like, he should theoretically be your target if you're trying to level this character. Got a soul echo, nice. And soul fragment, where did I get that? Doesn't matter. He would theoretically, if you're difficulty skipping and trying to level this as a Chaos Werewolf, which is probably the best way to do it, he would theoretically be your target, but I'm not sure how early on you will actually be able to take him, because he's kind of strong. Like, I died here a number of times when I was coming here immediately after doing the Necropolis. I also wanted to check, I've already checked a few times, but since I'm farming here for the Nemesis, I want to check. There is one specific item that I'm looking if this shopkeep sells, and that is the Harbinger Void Blade. I still haven't seen him sell it. So probably not, because I've already checked this inventory like 6 times and he never had it. That's a shame, because that means if for the next character I'm gonna have to farm Harbingers somewhere else. They are kinda rare. Oh, doesn't matter. That's next character problems. Now we are hunting Nyarlathotep. I believe is his name. Okay, so this is kind of empty-ish already. The next good place with Bloodbound is actually in Voldu River. It's a bit of a run. We need to get to this camp. And there's also, I don't remember, where is the place that, fuck, what is his name? The guy with the shield spawns with, the Black Heart. I don't remember where his location is. I thought it was like somewhere to the west, but this is Kernhold. Is it this? If I don't get the Nemesis here, I'm gonna check there. But damn beavers. I wish that the beavers didn't populate this much of the expansion, given that they're kind of a joke enemy. Okay, there's a Hurnak here. I'm just gonna go kill Yura, maybe that will spawn it. I unfortunately cannot modify the Ascension Altar anymore. Once you've applied the modifiers, they stay there and you cannot change, add, remove anything. So I would have to start a new instance if I want to increase the Nemesis spawn rate. Ah, damn it, mistimed that. Ah, another soul echo. Huh, okay, so not here. Then I'm gonna check if the spawn is what I think it is, but it doesn't sound right. Oh, it is here. Huh. Okay, that's a good place then. Very close to the rift. Another place to farm them is... Then there is the southern section of Ulos Springs, but I don't know if that all qualifies, because that's a lot of chthonics. And sometimes chthonics do not qualify as Bloodbound. Some do and some don't. Oh, are you stuck? You are. Oh. No, no, you're not. You're just cowards. This guy killed me so many times when I was here first. Doesn't help that he has the ability to bind himself to you with Mark of Torment that has 100% damage absorption. Oh, okay. No, you don't have to restart on Nemesis. If you've only just gotten Nemesis status, it will still be able to spawn them, or should be. That's something they changed long before Pangs of Astrakarn came out, if I remember correctly. So it should be able to spawn in the same instance. And in Ascended mode, you can also keep spawning the Nemesis in the same session repeatedly. He is really fucking up my dogs, though, I must say. Yeah, he's still really strong. Yeah, but no Nemesis. Okay, where else can we go then? I really don't want to go to Ulos Springs. That is not a great place. I don't believe they were bloodbound here. Some parts of the Dread Wastes still have bloodbound in them. A lot of it is corrupted wildlife, but I think some of these sections, and maybe even some of the rifts, might have. Oh, the rifts might be Chthonics. Those probably won't count. Oh, we have friendlies here now. Oh, there's a Tempest Totem. I'm definitely going there. I want more pieces of Apocalypton. If I can get them. This wildlife probably counts as... yeah, this is beasts. Normal Chthonics. No, so there are no bloodbound here. Where are you coming from? I might as well pick stuff up because I am kind of broke. Well, not broke, but I've spent a lot of money on this character. Put everything in place, so I should recover some of it. No, this is just beasts. There's no bloodbound here. Man, they're gonna be hard to find. And this is the problem with Berserker's resistance reduction. I used my Bone Chilling Cry at the start of the fight to curse the initial spawns, and then I have it on cooldown when the next spawn comes in. That is kind of annoying. Rod Guys, 10 Guards of Justice, not great. I mean, I did get materials at least. Okay, so there's no bloodbound here. I did basically clear this. This doesn't lead to bloodbound. Huh. Am I kinda done with areas where I can fight these? Oh, Ruins of Utak Kunar. No, that's gonna be mostly undead, right? Yeah, that's undead. Damn it. Okay, so I guess I have to just reset the session and hope I get them... get the Nemesis in the areas that I already ran now. Well, in that case, I'm gonna do one quick run of Frail Valley, because I want more Frozen Aster. And this is a good place to get it. Plus I can get a... Aspect of Baronath in here as well. And after that, I don't think there's any point in me pushing into Ashes of Malmuth this late into the stream, because I'm gonna be stopping soon-ish. So I think I'm gonna give Baronath a few more attempts, because there's stuff from him that I want. For the future and for all characters in general. So another Frozen Aster can be up here, there it is. Another Frozen Aster that's empty. Oh no, this is the wrong place. Igron Worldbreaker didn't spawn. There's another Frozen Esther. There we go. And this one didn't spawn. Monster Totem also didn't spawn. Igron is gone. There's one more that I know of up north here. No Frozen Esther for us. And no Igron Worldbreaker either. Okay, so I'm gonna reset the session. Unless I want to make use of these bonuses that I still have. And go to the Ancient Grove. You know what, let's do that. If I die, I die, whatever. Now that I've killed the Dread, I feel like I can do anything, which is patently untrue. As demonstrated by the fact that I got my ass kicked by Mogdrogen and it wasn't even close. Oh yeah, Major Malostria.
Goradia speaks of your accomplishments as if they are meant to impress me. Tell me, young one, are you prepared to do what must be done?
Let's find out.
At least you are determined. Very well. One of our own has become tainted by the false promises of the Wendigo Spirit Ravager. She has lost her way, and now weaves dark rituals within Ugdenborg. A witch as powerful as Janaxia cannot be allowed to fall to the manipulations of the Wendigo. All attempts at reasoning with her have failed. Only one option remains. Seek out Janaxia's hut, hidden underneath one of the great trees of Ugdenborg, and eliminate her.
Already done?
It appears Goradia was right about you. Here, a little gift in return.
Is there anything else?
Yes, I'm beginning to see your purpose in our coven. You will be the catalyst we require to restore our protective wards. But are you prepared for what that entails?
What must I do?
Not far from the refuge, within Ugdenborg itself, the Coven had prepared 3 ritual sites in order to focus our energies toward the focal point, the rune circle you see before me. With the destruction of the fetish, the circles have become unstable, turning into unintentional spirit traps. If we are to recreate the warding ritual our sisters used decades ago to protect this place, then we must cleanse the circles. That is where you come in. My magic will protect you against the fiends.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that for later. I'm just gonna beeline it to the challenge dungeon. And I should remember to turn off the dread before I go in, just so we don't get screwed over. Yeah, I'm gonna clear this one while I'm here. Actually, there's one more in this area that I should clear as well while the place is already free of enemies, so that I don't have to come back here. Also, no longer really care what my quest log looks like, so I'm gonna turn everything back on. There we go. I might as well just hide it. I'm not gonna be completing any quests anytime soon. So, this challenge dungeon always gives me heebie-jeebies. Because the enemy at the end of it, I have some bad experiences with that guy. Basically, my initial attempts when that dungeon was released back in Ashes of Malmuth taught me that going melee with that guy is just a death sentence. Like, he would just slap me for my entire health pool, with some pretty tanky characters. And so, you know, learned behavior. From that point on, every time I fight him, I play like an absolute coward, and I just use whatever longest range ability I have or the highest mobility skill I have to just land a hit on him and run the fuck away. And that's basically what I've been doing forever now. I'm gonna try to break that pattern, and I'm just gonna try to face tank him and see how that goes. I'm gonna try to avoid the volcanoes because I know those hurt, but I'm not just gonna try to duck and dive and dodge and weave out of his normal melee attacks and overheads. If he kills me, he kills me. Well, at least I tested it. Because I really don't want to be fighting that guy as a maximum coward forever. I want to see what the limits are. Like, I remember I fought him on a like a Shadow Strike build, and basically the entire fight was me just waiting for my Shadow Strike cooldown, Shadow Strike in, land a blow, run away. And that was the entire fight. I was killing him 100% of the time with Shadow Strike. Do I have a lot of damage over time? I mean, I have my hounds. Those will help apply some of it, but like, I'm definitely not built for damage over time. That is probably one of my big weaknesses. Other than underestimating offensive ability and crit damage and crit chance, I think one of my big things is that I don't value damage over time much. Because unless I'm playing a full-on damage over time build, I feel like, why should I build up damage over time on my attacks when I can only ever apply one of them, right? If I have thousands of damage over time on my auto attack, well, okay, it's doing damage over time, and with every attack I just keep refreshing it. I do not reapply new ones. So I much rather have flat damage than damage over time. But that might be wrong. Stop multiplying, you bitch. Okay, this one definitely shows that the Hellhounds are very, very vulnerable. Those blood pools just melt them. Smolder Steel Girdle. You know, when you say the word Smolder Steel, I would expect fire damage. And it's not like there are absolutely no fire Berserker builds. They're definitely not common, but Smolder Steel is physical and chaos? That doesn't seem right. Now in here we also not only have the quest from Mogdrogan, we also have a quest for the Noctukari in the Hidden Faction in Fangs. And they have, in the last patch, they said dramatically increased the rewards for their quests in terms of reputation. So I'm hoping maybe if I have the 200% merit already, if I complete this dungeon for them, maybe it gives me enough to get the shopkeep or the blacksmith into Kernhold immediately without having to farm additional dungeons. It's not like I really care anymore, given that I've already awakened everything. I don't really need to trade much. I might need a few more soul echoes if I want to reroll some of my affixes. But I'm not really... I didn't get good ones, that's definitely true. And I don't think like there are any that I want so desperately that I'm willing to sink so many resources into it. Those soul fragments and soul echoes are very hard to come by, it looks like. and I'm not a biggest fan of farming. I've always been the type of player that just does a lot of playthroughs on various characters and eventually just finds what he's looking for naturally. So like repeat farming places isn't my biggest hobby, which is weird given that I'm an ARPG player at heart. Farming is kind of what those games are about. Need to remember to turn off the dread before I go in. No, this one didn't reawaken. I just realized, I find it curious that in Fangs of Esterkarn, the shopkeep that sells monster infrequent items is not inside a challenge dungeon. I mean, obviously, there isn't a challenge dungeon yet, but they placed him outside. So is there even gonna be a vendor in there? There should be, but what is it gonna sell? Because his uniqueness is kind of taken up already. Now I need to be careful not to click on the door. Ah, sundered somebody else. Thank you, Rogis. Yeah, so I'm gonna go turn off the dread. Is the sphere in Coven's Refuge as well? Doesn't look like it. It's not here, not here. No. Okay, so I have to go to either Kernhold or Devil's Crossing to turn off the dread. Because it can keep coming after you, even within the same session where you've already beaten it. And even though I succeeded, I do not want to put the run at risk unnecessarily. There is basically no reward for me to be gained here anyway. What? Why can't I turn it off anymore? Does it not hunt you again in the same session? I thought it did. I thought I fought it like 2 or 3 times in the same session once. Am I just hallucinating? Huh, okay, so I guess the dread is just off my back for this session. Alright, I'm not complaining. I should also sell my stuff before I go in, because I cannot do it inside. Best place to do that is at Devil's Crossing, that's close to the rift, I don't have to run away.
I'll give you a good price.
There were no double rares, so I do not care what this is. I do want to save the dread helmet, just in case. Also, are these kind of decent? That's Searing of Scorching, that's easy to come by. Void Touch of Celerity, that is just straight up bad. Nope, immediately sold it on accident. These do not matter. I think there was one item that I was kind of interested in, I already have that. I can't remember what item it was, so I guess I just said it all. What is the Hallian's Crest? Also Cruel Designs. I could try to reroll this one. Because the one that I got isn't... could be better. Yeah, I am gonna do this actually. I have the resources to do so. And it's a fresh one, so it won't cost much. So, what prefixes can we get here? I mean, I do only have 72, so I'm not gonna go crazy on it. Okay, it's double rare immediately. Dervish is not good for us. Lightbringer, that's elemental damage. What else? Light radius, yeah, sure. Let me check. Grim Tools. Okay, Lightbringers. What exactly do you do? Lightbringer prefix gives us elemental damage, spirit, casting speed, chaos, and bleeding rest. Fuck that. Prime Frost. Ooh. It's not bad, but not exactly what I was looking for. Prime Frost is cold, Frostburn, Physique, Aether, Freeze Res. Basically, only thing that I get from it is the Physique. How much defensive ability does it give me? My defensive ability goes down. Huh? How is that possible? Oh, because I do not have the Ascended affix on it. Yeah, that's true. No, I would have to reapply the Ascended affixes. And that is expensive to do. No, I shouldn't have. I'm gonna save it just in case I decide to redo this later when I'm richer in resources, but yeah, no. The fact that I already applied Ascended affixes kind of locks me into my items for the foreseeable future. This goes into my helmets and armor. Man, this is filling up fast. All the awakenables take up so much space. Alright. Yeah, I didn't think about the Ascended affixes. That is my bad. So, I cannot turn off the dread. So apparently it won't bother me anymore, or I don't have a choice, one way or another. We're going in. That's gonna be the last thing I do though. Yeah, it's already getting late, so I'm just gonna run this dungeon. Win or lose. Oh, all of my dogs dropped off because I swapped the medal. So in here I need to kill Slathar, do the Trial of Corruption, and kill the final boss, because that's the objective for the Noctukari. Yeah. Righting wrongs. Survive the Trial of Corruption, Slathar Aethergaze needs to die, and Gargabble needs to die. So we have to do full... Well, not full clear, but those three objectives we need to hit. And I'm doing full clear either way. Already fought the Underking and Kubacabra twice, in fact, but doesn't stop them from spawning again. Underking was fine. Kubacabra not so much. That breath attack destroyed me. And we have some really bad... Thank you for the soul echoes. Manticore Deathstalker. I ran this guy so many times trying to get the blueprint from him. He has a blueprint for a relic that you cannot get anywhere else. Yeah, we have cooldown reduction. That doesn't really help us. Enemies have cooldown reduction. That fucking hurts. And they have attack speed. Well, that doesn't matter too much, but yeah, cooldown reduction is one of the worst things we can run into. Also, if for some reason are stuck with current music in this dungeon, I mean, I'm not complaining, I like the music, but why is it not working properly? So, Trial of Corruption is down here. This little chest is guarded. Okay, Vile Claw needs to die because that, I believe, is the one that can disrupt you. There's two, Vile Claw and Bile Claw, and I always forget which is which. One of them just casts acid pools beneath you and doesn't really matter. The other one casts acid pools that have disrupt on them. That was easy. Witching Hour. Breeze of Ill Omens. Sure, sure. Now I need to go back down south. Oh no, both... Are both entrances blocked? Oh, I can get through, okay. Ah, another nemesis. Who is it? The Underking. That's fine. As long as we don't get bouldered. Okay, I disagree with what I just said. That hurt. That last moment when I had nothing to lifesteal from almost killed me. Oof. Prismatic Rage probably saved my ass. Oh, Pilot's Ring, double rare. I'm not sure why it's getting head bonuses, but yeah, I'm absolutely keeping a double rare Wyloth. Okay, but the reason I was going here is because I need Slathzar. And I can only access him from the south, I believe. And we have a chest. Just in case Slathzar kills me, I'm gonna go to the chest first. Although it looks like it's in front of his arena anyway. Okay, this is not waking up again. Yeah, now the issue is that chest can still be void touched, so I'm gonna clear around it first. Yep, it is void touched. Piece of shit. Even the loot is trying to kill me. Okay, that wasn't bad. Now Slathzar is a different story. There is another boss that I'm kind of scared of. Because for some reason, and I don't know if that's intentional, he has this projectile attack that just shaves off massive amounts of health. Like it sometimes almost one-shots me. But for some reason, if you're up in his face and he fires the projectile, it just flies over your head and doesn't do anything. Or barely does anything. I don't know if they really want you to face tank him up close, or if that's just unintended like projectile pathing that doesn't work quite like it should. Yeah, now these shots basically do nothing. Well, this did something, but not enough. Okay. Overestimating my abilities, maybe. It is nice to have those hounds distracting the enemies and having them shoot at basically nothing. Okay, so that's him dead. Now I only need to get to Gargabol. There's also a vendor here that I want to check. We cannot sell anything to him, but we can buy from him if he has double rares. Because he sells monster infrequents. And every time you come here, these crabs will ambush you. So you're browsing through your shop window and suddenly enemies around you and you're not paying attention. You're not even seeing your health bar. Although that might be my UI scale fucking me over. So any double rares? That appears to be a resounding no. Nope, not a thing. I already have all of these blueprints, so yeah, he sells endgame sets and legendaries. And I cannot sell anything, but I can send my stuff back home to free up some space. Now there is one more boss here that we haven't fought on this floor. And we possibly won't, because he's so hard to catch. There's like a total of 3 bosses in this game that have the same behavior, where they are just running around their arena or their location at like light speed, completely disregarding the player's position. Like they will sometimes run right past you. And 2 of those bosses are in here. 2 big ass crabs, Vilgazor and Gulgazor. And then there is one more guy in the area right before the Howling Chasm in Forgotten Gods, the Ganarvakar, the Sand King. He also just keeps running around his desert zone. And if you're trying to farm him, which you should, because there's a really good medal that he drops for bleed pets, basically one of the enablers for bleed pets. Like, you're sometimes just running circles around that area looking for him, and he's just running circles in the same direction as you are, and he moves way faster than you. Which is really silly. Playing chasey and kissy with Scorpion King. Not the rock. The good one. Okay, that's this zone basically cleared other than our runny friend, which we've somehow missed. I doubt that I killed him without noticing. He's pretty big. Oh, I saw something. Down south. And then he ran off. He has this big ass aura around him, so like he's easy to see from a distance, but catching him is a different story. Where are you? Should be somewhere in this zone. Oh, there you are. Come back here. Why are you running away? I'm right here. Piece of shit. Who programmed you? There we go. Gulgazor's Heart. A super bizarre item for Acid Horn of Gandar. An acid conversion for Word of Renewal. So this wants you to play an acid-focused Inquisitor. There are few classes less suited for acid play than Inquisitor. Maybe Arcanist. Arcanist is also horrible for acid. Oh, fuck. Don't throw the rock. In my face, please. Okay, I need to get out of this. This is too dangerous. I'm surprised Alcamos is a problem. Ah, get out of this. Kill this guy. Or he stops shooting me. So that he stops shooting me. I'm getting tired. My words are not wording anymore. Shadow Widow Spine. Acid Retaliation Granado. Acid Ages of Men here. Acid Spectral Binding and Acid Retaliation on Necromancer. That's interesting. But, like, if I put together an Acid Retaliation Defiler, that would be Necromancer and Demolitionist. You have no exclusive skill. You have one mastery with Acid Resistance Reduction. Only one mastery that really does anything about retaliation. This better be a really good Granado for this to work. And then you have the Widow Spine proc with retaliation damage. I mean, it only has 1 second recharge. That will be proccing a lot. An interesting item, definitely. Like, to be clear, I am not at all complaining about weird support for weird skill combinations and mastery combinations. I live for that shit. I'm just like thinking about how you make that work. It's an interesting puzzle. Aldanar's Vanity. That is an item that I've never figured out what it's for. Aldanar's Vanity. It's such as like a support of hand. Mirror of Arioctes and Ascension. Yeah, Barrelsmith Pistol, Barrelsmith Granado and Canister Bomb is a build that I have already. But yeah, you cannot combine that with the Acid Widow Spine. For multiple reasons. Firstly, conflicting conversions, and secondly, Widow Spine is a sword or dagger. And you cannot wield pistol and a dagger at the same time. Even dual wielding. So that's two separate builds. By the way, I do not envy anybody who plays Barrelsmith now. It was a button meshy build before, and it's now even worse in that respect. Like, it's definitely powered up a lot, but the comfort of play there is gonna be... ugh. You're gonna burn through your fingers so fast, you're gonna need a spare set. Yeah, again wasn't kidding. Demons and Ethereals are fighting for this place. In here is another one of those lovely, silly shield weapons. Just gonna kill this thing. Get out of the way. Thank you very much. Down by this statue, you break this urn cluster, and bam, totally normal door shard. A legendary one-handed mace that is, in fact, a shield. It can't block, it doesn't have percent block or anything. It has block chance, but it doesn't have block amount. So it's boosting your block chance on the shield that you're actually using, but it doesn't block itself. Harbinger, very nice. That is a build that has already been nerfed post-release. On the Friday patch was very brutal for Onslaught builds. They nerfed so many of them. I'm pretty sure deservedly so. I can't imagine how many nerfs it's going to take for Onslaught stacks in general to be balanced. I still weep for the Korba set. It was such a cute set, and now Berserker is just making Shaman completely irrelevant on it. And this is not something that I have like verified data on or anything, but like just logically, how is Korba Trickster ever going to compete with a Korba Reaver? You just are never gonna make Savagery strong enough to compensate for the massive damage boost that you're giving through Berserker to the Ring of Steel. Okay, area is clear, so I can open up the... Oh, not quite. Oh, come on. Trying to work in here. Ancient one, okay. Primordial Core, that's a fun new item added to an old enemy. Arian's Bulwark, that can only drop from the Savage Totems. Yeah, Primordial, oh, I got two of them. Primordial Stone, which is physical Wind Devil, that's funny. And Smite, so that would be a Archon, a physical Archon, potentially. And this is the cute thing. This is not quite the only item, but Leap is the only skill that has any retaliation support on Berserker. This is Retaliation Leap and Retaliation Cadence, which is also very cute, because Cadence didn't have much retaliation support before, if any. I think there is Agony. I think Mythical Agony had Acid Retaliation Cadence, and that was about it. So this is a very interesting thing, like supporting retaliation on Berserker. It's gonna be a very sparse itemization. Maybe they'll add more over time as they fill out the challenge dungeons and create more awakened items. I really hope they end up awakening every epic that exists. Ah, this is blocked. Oh boy, I'm starting to reconsider my decision to try to face tank Gargabol. Given how much I beefed him up with the Ancestral Altar, assuming it's affecting him, should be. I might be asking for a one tap. But fuck it, if Dread couldn't do it, then surely I can tank Gargabol. Not mindlessly, but at least like try to stand up to him. Again, not feeling those soul echoes coming any more often than without the Ascension Altar. Have I gotten any since? No, that is a no. Which makes the amount that I spent in this session even more painful, because how the hell am I gonna ever recover that? Alright, I was gonna say I'm gonna open a portal, but I can't in here. Wish me luck. Oh, you sundered my dogs. I didn't even know the first phase had a sunder. I'm gonna kill these first. Oh, doggies are paying off. They're breaking his AI. Ow. Piece of shit. That was breezy. Okay. I'm very happy I'm not blowing these dogs up. Because if you do blow them up, they will never basically draw aggro, because the main thing that is making them a good distraction is Ember Claw, because it taunts targets. So as long as they are around using Ember Claw, enemies will keep spazzing out like this. That's nice. I actually like that. Core of Gargabol. That is unfortunately not the legendary version, but I already have 3 of those anyway. So I can pass that one up. Ogrogans Ruminations. There is another chest. I do not trust this shit at all. There's gonna be demons inside, aren't there? Yep. Assholes. I mean, I shouldn't be complaining. They drop Ashes of Awakening, so I want those, but like you start resting easy and then this happens to you. We have a double rare. Merciless of Nature's Bidding. Well, Nature's Bidding definitely isn't what you want. Although, is it? The Ground Slam is there natively, isn't there? Which means this is a pet shoulder. So hey, that's not bad. Scars of Battle, Voracity, Curse of Frailty. Well, Curse of Frailty and Voracity... Oh, sorry, Curse of Frailty and Ground Slam definitely don't go together on this piece. Because if you're doing that, then you're probably playing Beast Collar, right? And in that case, your shoulders are taken. Yeah. Jesus, how many items do you have with bonuses to that? That's impressive. Are you playing Ice King as well? To have it overcapped with 1 point? I had something similar on one build. I don't remember which one specifically it was now. I think it might have been... was it Apocalypton? It's a build I theory-crafted, not played yet. I think it was my Apocalypton Zealot, I think, where if I put 1 point in Werewolf, it was already overcapped. Like so overcapped that I was 2 points over or something. Okay, Mogdrogan's Musings I picked up, right? Where are they? What is this? Death Shriek, I didn't even notice I picked that up. Oh yeah, that is the cold two-handed melee spellbinder. With also bleeding on it. Bleeding on Necrotic Edge. Are you trying to say that I'm supposed to be playing a bleed Arcanist? Sign me the fuck up. I've wanted Bleed Arcanist for a long time. I have a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet where I have like every skill written down with available conversions and what items they are on. And on Arcanist, there's like a giant gaping hole in Bleed and in Vitality and in Acid. Most of it is just covered by conduits. So like getting stuff like this, that is very interesting. I mean, the start pack doesn't get any bonuses for Bleed, but there is resistance reduction there. That is an... What does Death's Wail do? Yeah, cold bleeding, reduce target's damage, so you don't even have to use Ill Omen for your damage reduction, which that's always a plus. I over time came to hate Ill Omen because it has duration just about as long as its cooldown. So you basically constantly have to keep spamming it. The moment it comes off cooldown, you have to cast it again because it cannot keep spreading back to the targets that were affected by it before. And that's so annoying. It constantly breaks up your attack patterns. And it's also not an area thing, so if you click into the thin air, it just does nothing. You always have to be on target. So that's done. I feel that a great evil has been lifted from the grove, but also a great emptiness. My guardian must be dead then. Yeah, and he didn't put up a good fight, I must say. Doggos are paying off. It is finished. You're a friend of nature, and for that I thank you. Take this weapon of legends, a fitting price for one such as you, as your reward. Edge of Death. Sure. It's a Vitality Death Knight weapon that has recently been buffed. Yeah, it used to give 50% physical to Vitality conversion on field command, which meant that you would have to dual wield them to get full conversion. And then I don't remember what the conflict was, but like you didn't want to dual wield them, but you had to. I don't remember what the problem was there, but now you just need one and you're fine. I think there was another second weapon that you needed for conversion on something else, and the Edge of Death was fucking that over. Now it doesn't. I have some questions. Why is the grove so important to you? It was once a tranquil place, one I visited often to meditate in peace for years at a time. I cultivated its growth over the centuries, creating a carefully balanced ecosystem that thrived without my intervention. When the time came for me to move on, I created the Heart of the Wild, which is Gargabol, to watch over my creation. To see it desecrated in such a manner fills me with rage. Why are you not doing more to help us? Even gods do not last forever. I do my part, but if the parent always steps in when the child errs, it will never learn to survive on its own. If the world cannot eventually sustain itself, then it is a failure and better it dies sooner than later, so that something new can arise in its place. Unfortunately, in this analogy, a lasting balance might be more attainable if creation did not have so many parents working against one another towards different visions. What are you planning? With the loyal service of the Rovari who follow me, I shall try to give this world a chance to endure the coming darkness. Many will not survive the perilous tasks before them, but such is the cycle of nature that some must die to secure a future for their offspring. What about the rest of us? The suffering of your people has only begun. It may not be fair, but such is the way of things. Even we gods are caught within eternal cycles of creation and destruction. Whether you accept that or not, it simply is. Okay. So we've finished everything here. I'm gonna go back to the Noctukari and see how much progress we get there, because that is basically the only thing left over for me in Fangs of Astrakarn, with the sole exception of challenge dungeons that are not available yet, and also fighting the Nemesis for the Bloodbound, which I tried to do. Actually, I'm an idiot. There is one more place where I can farm Bloodbound that I haven't done yet, and that is in this direction up towards the Drangul, because the Drangul that are inside here are void touched. They are aligned with the Bloodbound. So yeah, I can still do that. I was also considering trying the normal Mogdrogen fights, but I'm probably gonna try that next session. Or after. I should probably do all of the like super boss attempts after I've finished all of my like level up quests, because there's still more to come in Ashes of Malmuth, and there's also some in Shattered Realm. What gives reputation for the Noctukari? You basically have to pick up quests for them. Now, the thing with them is, when you do their first dialogue and leave, there is no exclamation mark above them. So it looks like, okay, I've talked to them and that's everything that there is to do. But no, if you then come back to them, talk to them again, and choose a specific dialogue option, I think it's the only dialogue option there is there, they will be able to give you quests. And those quests they work like bounty tables. It's not like you get a same quest every time, it's a rotation of several quests. So far, the ones I've seen have been kill 200 enemies of a specific faction, like the Chthonics or Ethereals or something like that, or it sends you into one of the challenge dungeons, and you have to do all the 3 points of interest that there are inside the dungeon. So you will have to complete the challenge around the locked chest. You will have to kill the final boss there, and you will have to kill the one extra enemy that is inside always. Like for example, Steps of Torment. You have to cleanse the chest, you have to kill Ilgor, and you have to kill... why am I blanking on his name? The Executioner, Alcamos. And this is the same across all 3 of those dungeons. Every time, or all of those dungeons, you every time have to complete all 3 objectives. And then they give you reputation. Now the thing is, you don't really have to get reputation with these guys. You only have to do it once on one character, because the shopkeep here sells permanent upgrades. Like once you get these blueprints, those are shared, right? Once you get these potion upgrades, those are shared with everybody. I already have them because I bought them on the Conjurer, the Beast Scholar. These potion modifiers also shared. Everything in here is account-wide. The only thing that you get by getting honored reputation with this faction is this. Noctukari's Ruined Orb is shared with Kernhold. So that's this thing. This thing which you use firstly to awaken epics into legendaries, and also one of the places, not the only place, but one of the places where you can turn Frozen Aster into aspects of Beronath and Soul Echoes into Soul Fragments, which I've just done and burned through all of the Soul Echoes that I've accumulated on this character and on the Beast Scholar Conjurer, so I'm broke again. Oh boy, that's gonna be a lot of farming. Now they said in the patch notes that they dramatically increased the reputation that you gain with this faction. And I made sure to buy the merit with this faction on the Conjurer and pass it to this character so that I can max out the reputation quickly. Because basically this was to be my first Thanks of Esther current character, and I wanted to like 100% the game, more or less. So I wanted full reputation here. So I'm curious how much I get for this. It used to be that it gave you like 6,000, I think. And that was before merits, maybe. So with merits I should get 18,000, and that was base. So let's see how much they increased it.
Return. Noctukari breathes with relief. You have purged great evil from care.
It had to be done.
Yes, yes. An unfair burden upon those willing to do what others say is impossible. It is too late for Noctukari, but you may yet leave your mark.
No, I was wrong. It was 6,000 with a merit, because I GD stashed a merit for the first character that I was doing this on to make the progress faster. So yeah, they increased it by 50%. That is a solid amount. Also, every completion of this gives you Ashes of Awakening. Now, the first time I realized that, I thought, oh, this is gonna be a perfect way to farm Ashes of Awakening. No, it's absolutely awful. We're happy that we're getting them, of course, but the amount that you drop all over the place in Ascendant mode will dwarf these rewards immensely. So, like, it's a nice bonus, but you don't really care. It's not a good way to earn them. Now, that got me to Respected. I would need to complete 2 more quests. What time is it? If he sends me into another challenge dungeon, I might run one more challenge dungeon while we have the session nicely beefed up with the potential drop rates for more soul fragments. Or soul echoes or spirit fragments. I don't remember what they're called. Fuck it. Let's see what they tell us to do now.
The worshippers of the dying god, but even they pale in comparison to the sins of those that usher in the nothing. Even if Osterkarn is restored, it will all be for nothing if those trapped within the tomb of the heretic are set free. Travel to the Korvan Basin, far to the east, and unveil the hidden tomb. Banish the darkness within before it steals our final breath.
Sure thing. I said I'm gonna need to do 2 more, but technically I only need to do 1 more to get respected so that the ruined orb is shared with Kernhold, because after this next reward doesn't matter. At least not to this character anymore. So... I mean, I technically don't care about this moving to the Kernhold anymore, because I did everything that I wanted in here. I'm not going to be awakening anything, and these conversions, that's going to be happening for future characters, not for this one. But let's finish off with 1 more challenge dungeon. Again, this is the second stream when I was saying we're going to be making progress in Ashes of Melmoth, and I've basically done nothing in Ashes of Melmoth still. Because I keep getting distracted with other stuff. Like the Dread. So I need to go down south here into Lost Oasis. This is a challenge dungeon that I did not too long ago, so like I'm not gonna be doing a very thorough exploration of it. I'm just basically gonna do the 3 objectives that I'm after and get out. And I think after that I'm gonna finish off with the Bloodbound Nemesis, because I still want to get that. And since I now realized where to farm it, let's sate my curiosity. I have technically seen it already on the Beast Color Conjurer, but once again, that's as if I haven't seen it at all, because the Beast Color pays attention to nothing. Let's do all the fighting. I don't have to learn the attack patterns, I don't have to do anything in particular to succeed, so I want to experience this the honest way. I'm gonna clear some of this because we have a monster totem. It would be nice if I could confidently say with this character that I'm doing super bosses and everything, but I think that's gonna be one of those things that this character will leave unfinished. And not because I'm necessarily concerned that this character couldn't do it, but I couldn't probably do it. Because I simply lack the experience with those fights. And it would take a lot of time for me to learn them. And I think I'd rather start working towards the next character. I've already played this as a very slow playthrough because I leveled from level 1 on Ultimate with no preparation and was doing full lore, full exploration. So I spent here much longer than I normally would. That is who? Ah, that is our Bloodbound Nemesis. Okay, I don't have to go back to Fangs of Osterkarn. What do you got? You got a nasty Sunder. How much is it? 68%. Juicy. Well, that was quick. It hurts. It killed our doggos, but yeah, that wasn't bad. Also, looks like he leaves some ground effects. Nyarlathon's Gaze. That is the Berserker, Soldier, and Shaman. I feel like these things might potentially replace the Ravager helmets. Because it's the same like resistance reduction thingy. I think Ravager helmets give more, right? This gives -6, they give maybe -8 or 10. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna want to empty my inventory out anyway. So I might as well check. So that I'm not spewing nonsense. And there are multiple versions of these helmets, I believe, for various combinations of these masteries. Maybe there's like 2. That makes sense, right? Normally, each Nemesis has 2 items. Okay, let's check the Ravager stuff. Okay, it's -8, this is -6. It has 3-second recharge, 5-second duration, 4-meter radius, and 10% chance on attack. This is important. This is not something you have to activate. This is. This has 8-second recharge and 4-second duration, so it doesn't have full uptime. This does. The radius is better, but not by much. I think these helmets might replace Ravager. Unless you are specifically playing a mastery combination that isn't covered here. Like Berserker, Soldier, Shaman, if the next one covers another 3, that leaves 4 masteries uncovered by these helmets. So I guess that could be... Actually, I have the other one here. It covers Necro, Demo, and Inquisitor. Yeah, so unless there's a third helmet, even if there is a third helmet, one mastery would not be included. So I guess Ravager still has some purpose. I also had a double rare somewhere in here. Oh yeah, this ring. That goes into jewelry. Everything else can go.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Other than these swords. Those I still need to finish. And I'm gonna be selling all of the legendaries. If it comes down to, hey, I need this legendary for this build, and I had it, and I had like 5 of them, and I sold them because I don't have the space to keep everything, I'm just gonna GD stash a new one. Because by all rights, I have that item, if I just had infinite space. But you don't, I already have Hyrion's Bulwark saved. Oh, there's another one that was double rare. Do they have a different highlight? They don't. You have to mouse over everything. I love this item. I think I already have it saved. This is so silly. I was hoping they would awaken this one. It's an acid retaliation caster of hand on Nightblade. On Witch Hunter, basically. Which is like... Okay, so we're doing retaliation with a caster of hand, so no shield procs. Okay, interesting. And I want to save this, because that's for the next character. So no shield procs, and we're doing it on Nightblades and Occultists, which are not exactly the most retaliation-focused masteries. And it also supports Lethal Assault. So like, it's gonna be retaliation... Amarasta's Blade Burst? We technically already have one of those on Dragalanor, but... Oh, what? Oh, wait, I didn't even notice. Items that have awakened affixes on them have a different icon. Cute. I mean, you'll never find them on the ground, so I guess it's just if you're mousing over them in inventory, it's gonna be sort of helpful. At first I thought, like, is my UI cutting off at the top of the orb? But no, it's what it looks like. Oh, this is the wrong Ternox Tome. I'm saving one. I'm looking for one for one of my future characters. They will be using a Ternox, but not this one, the Aether Tome. Should probably stop talking about future characters, given that I have like over 260 ideas for builds already written down. Basically any item is gonna be, oh, I need this for the future character. Yeah, no kidding. You need everything. I already have this, okay. This one is a double rare. Is there any non-double rare in here? Probably not, right? Yeah, I'm gonna start running out of space. Fucking hell. This is gonna be difficult to organize. I guess we continue in here. Makes no sense to put it here, but what options do I have? And this, do I already have one of those Harbinger? I do. This one is double rare though. I only want one. And so this partial spoiler for the next build. Chaos Wearer Raven with Ice Talons. This doesn't support the Necromancer side, but there's an item that does. And I'm gonna have to farm Baronath for it, because he's the only one who drops it. Okay, so this can be sold. I also have this lore node that's been burning a hole in my pocket. That's what I picked up at the end of Ancient Grove. Mogdrogan's Ruminations. Recent events bring trouble to my heart. A mortal, one of the Erulan Inquisitors they call Kaiman, has stumbled upon something ancient and forgotten. And like any imprudent mortal, he did not leave what should have remained forgotten alone. Mighty blaze now stirs deep beneath the Corvan Plateau. Again, this is basically spoilers for Forgotten Gods before Forgotten Gods were even an expansion. The beasts of Cairn are restless, they sense it too. To compound this mystery, the normally capricious false gods... Oh, he knows. Interesting. Mogdrogan, by the way, isn't even a god, he's a titan. He was like a thing made for the war against Chthon by the gods. So like gods created him, he's not a god himself. The normally capricious false gods have gone curiously silent. I suspect that they've receded to their pocket realm. The timing cannot be fortuitous. The witch gods are afraid. Their attention must be drawn to the same power that now consumes the souls of Kaiman and his chosen. The mortal's ardent worship feeds it, gives it strength and form. Which is another thing, by the way, like the same thing that I mentioned about Ravager, a small village supporting Ravager is enough to summon him. Kaiman doesn't have a big army, and somehow is enough to empower Korvac to push the witch gods away. That seems like it doesn't take much. Rumblings among the humans speak of the mighty Empyrean's return, but I know that to be the false hopes of helpless wretches. The identity of this forgotten power eludes me, and yet it feels so familiar. What I am certain of, however, is that the cataclysmic change is upon us. I have felt it in the earth, smelled it upon the wind. More Lord of the Rings references. Forces I had not sensed in the millennia yearn for vengeance and blood. I must gather my Rovari. The time approaches when their conviction will truly be tested. Yeah, they just love their Lord of the Rings. And in fact, the dungeon that I'm currently headed into is one big Lord of the Ring reference. With rings of power and one above all. Hell, Morgoneth looks like Sauron in the initial scenes of Lord of the Rings Fellowship. I've already done all the lore here, so I'm just gonna skip. Blatantly stealing Lemon's lines from the backlogs. If you know, you know. Respect the sippy break. There's a chest that's gonna blow up in my face, isn't it? Oh no, this is the one that I blow up in my face myself. Okay. This should drop some really good materials. And it's still pieces of shit. Really? Not even these are sacred, huh? You made me spend dynamite and then you still threw demons at me. Okay, how much did I get from that? 1 soul echo. And 3 ashes of awakening. Okay, at least that. Yeah, those soul echoes are gonna be more difficult to come by than I thought. I mean, I had plenty of them, but it's the conversion ratio that's the problem. It's like 10 per. And you need 5 soul fragments for 1 awakened item. Ah, another nemesis. Which one? Ixal, okay. I must say I can't see anything that you're doing down there. Oh, that's a nullify. Motherfucker. Okay. Just run around for a little bit. It's gonna fall off. There we go. You also nullify, don't you? Yep, you do. In fact, you do it multiple times. There we go. There is our soul echo. Soul fragment. Shouldn't they, like, maybe change these? You would think fragment would be the small part. Not the big part that you then have to reassemble. I might make that suggestion on the forums. Open Hand of Mercy. Those are kind of hard to come by. I didn't want to open my inventory, but okay. I'm not gonna go back and sell everything again. I'm not that hellbent on picking up everything inside this dungeon. Let me just quickly check something. Actually, I should pause before the door closes on me. Everything. What the hell is going on? Why does... Is everything working fine on your end? Guys, because I'm just checking stream health and... Oh, there was a drop. 2140, no data. Shit, was there a cut off somewhere? Did my stream drop for a moment? I thought it was telling me that the stream is not receiving any data now, but it looks like there was a connection failure or something. That is a first. I don't think I've ever had my stream drop yet. I mean, it was bound to happen eventually, but... Huh. I wonder why. Yeah, like 40 minutes into the stream apparently, and my streamer just died. Okay, so the 3 things that I need to do in this dungeon, once again, same as with the Ancient Grove. I have to kill these magi up here, so I'm just gonna beeline it there. Because technically I have very little incentive to fight enemies here, because the more enemies I fight, the more I will spawn nemesis on me. And potentially put this run at risk. I have already read the lore here, yeah. Well, doggos are taking a beating. Okay, so Magi, how bad are you? With all the bonuses I gave you. Morgonet might be mean. Because he basically constantly spams you with... You died fast. He seems to spam like 60% damage reduction stuff on you all the time, which makes it difficult to sustain your health against him. Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be Sethris, but okay. Rocks fall, everyone dies. Especially my hellhounds. I don't want to be in there. Could you please just... hop over here for a moment? Thank you. Thankfully, the moment he dies, the rocks stop dropping. And you're dead. Okay. Didn't even drop their rings. Flame Flux Band. It's a level 84. Okay, next up. We need to cleanse the chest, which is on the next level. Okay, that's a good bunch of heroes. I'm gonna kill those. Some Ashes of Awakening, potentially. Or not. That's also a good bunch. Okay. Oh, just one. And he doesn't drop anything. So up we go. Again, why am I getting the Fangs of Esterkarn music in here? Something's not working right. I should be getting something similar to the Arcane Sanctuary in Diablo 2 sort of music. I'm pretty sure it was inspired by it, at least somewhat. Yeah, and the outlines are still not working properly. The enemies are highlighting entirely in red. Oh, there's a Send and Spoils, which will again probably blow up in my face. I should stop using my... Okay, so much for the dread not showing up, huh? Okay, don't stand in that. Why could I not banish it then? Nope, don't do that. Getting out of that. I also didn't check the modifiers. What is it? I have more resistance. They have more attack speed and casting speed. That's gonna be annoying. And they have a total damage modifier. Sure, why not? Okay, that's the pull. Get out of that. Ow. I'm surprised that Thunder didn't hit me. What is this? Oh shit, I ran into the pool. Why didn't I suddenly stop life stealing? Okay, why the hell am I not able to banish the dread? It seeks the master of this world. Does this game think it's multiplayer or what? What is this supposed to mean? It seeks the master of this world. I don't understand that. It seems like it thinks that I'm not the host or something. That's what this sounds to me like. Because if I cannot go back into the dungeon, obviously, because I died. Did I have any other plans that I wanted to... anything else I wanted to try? I was planning to hunt the Nemesis, but I already found that. So I'm gonna quit out and start again. Yes, I have beaten the Dread in this session. And for some reason, it's not letting me banish it now, and I want to figure out if that's a bug or what. I'm curious why I died there, because like, yeah, sure, I took the big hit from the claw attack, which reduced me to pretty low health. But then I was attacking the thing and I was not lifestealing for some reason. I already completed this. There's something not working right, I think. The remnant rides at your approach, you are its prey, and in the end of the days written within the stars, it will claim you. This is the same thing that we've seen before. Okay, I am confused. I think it bugged out. Like, you should be able to banish it. Either way, well, I beat it in the same circumstances before. It was, I mean, it did have 5% total damage modifier, but I don't think that made a difference. I am curious why I wasn't lifestealing all of a sudden when I took that big hit. And when I wasn't lifestealing, then I decided, okay, I'm gonna dash through the Dread, and I forgot that behind it there's the debuff pool that not only does damage but reduces your damage by 90% and nerfs your offensive and defensive ability. So like I ran into my death. I should have moved in a different direction. That was my bad, but I'm still confused as to why I wasn't lifestealing back. I am not gonna banish it, or am I? You know what time is it? I could end here. I am going to try one more thing. One last thing. I'm going to try to fight the normal Mogdrogen. I'm going to craft a potion here. Lightning Res. Yeah, Storm Shard Ointment. Because I need 80% overcap on Lightning Res against him. Because he does minus 80. Actually, let me check real quick. I think he doesn't do cold damage, right? Monster Database, Mogdrogen. I think he's pure lightning. Oh, there's now 2 avatars of Mogdrogen, damn it. And there's a separate one on Ascendant? What the hell? Why does it show an Ascendant variant? There should be no difference. Yeah, that is some nonsense. Grim Tools is freaking out. He does, yeah, pure lightning damage. Okay, so if I drink this, I will be overcapped by enough. So I'm gonna try. I'm not expecting it to go well, but that's what limit testing is for. You see how well you can do. It's not gonna be an immediate success if you don't try. Oh, there we have a Tempest Totem, might as well. It's also probably advisable to turn off the Dread before I start the fight, right? Because I think it can spawn during fights. I mean, I know it can, because I had it spawn in the secret boss fight for Fangs. Man, you're dying so much faster when I'm not using the Ascension Altar. And they're glitching out because I have pets and they don't know who to target. Ow! That's a lot of bleeding. I got an Enforcer. I'm not even gonna read through these. You're not double rare, so I do not care. That almost rhymed. Okay, let's see if we can stand up to this. I should clear everything around here because I will be doing some kiting. And I have enough on my plate as it is. I also know that he gained a Sunder and I have no idea where it is. I have not done this fight in 3 years, at least. So there's gonna be some growing pains. It is also the only super boss that you can only fight once. So if we do this, we can't do it again. So I'm gonna take a sippy, how long it lasts. That should be long enough. Open a rift. Somewhere where I'm not gonna accidentally click on it, hopefully. The lightning storm, okay. I'm gonna be avoiding that anyway then. May I ask some questions? Were you mortal ones? No, that doesn't. Okay, yeah. You have to insult him like this. Okay, that's the storm. Get out of that. How much does it sunder, I wonder? I'm not gonna test it by face checking it, but I could possibly just stand in it. Come on, get out of there. Oh, there's the thunder. I might as well check. This is 91%. Okay, I'm not standing in that then. Oh, what? It hit me? I thought I was out of it already. Okay, now he cast it in the wrong place. I get to DPS, 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 DPS. Come here. Good boy. I could probably stand in it and finish him, but yeah, that's not necessary. Yeah, easy, easy, easy. I mean, yeah, he has always been the easiest Celestial boss, but yeah, no problem at all. Oh yeah, we can't talk to him because he's not here. He will respawn in the next session. Okay, so at least that works. I wouldn't try the same thing against Kalagadra, but I also probably shouldn't because I blew through almost all of my essences, celestial essences on this character, trying to get the Ice King set, which, by the way, I still do not have the blueprint. Okay, so what next? I do still have the quest to do. You know what, let's finish the challenge dungeon, since I started it. I am going to banish the dread after I get to the doorway, though. Because I do want to fight it a few more times to see what I can and cannot afford to do. Does she make you miss your attacks? I didn't even know that. I know she just hurts really, really hard, and it's mostly in physical damage, so like there's basically nothing you can do to mitigate it unless either you have a very high armor or you're gonna be kiting. Because physical resistance isn't really something you can easily build up. But again, like, I have very little experience with her. My Pet Conjurer can do it, but it's not very comfortable, and my Thin Sands. Is it the Wing Flap? I think the Wing Flap is an attack that you are going to be avoiding anyway. Either the Wing Flap... Oh, yeah, Shifting Sands is gonna be the sand on the ground, right? I've never quite figured out which of her moves make that one appear. Okay, so we have one Celestial boss down, that's good to know. And technically, the Dread also counts as a Celestial boss, so I guess 2. Although our success rate currently against the Dread is... what is it now? We killed it once, and I think I died to it 4 times. So yeah, not great, but admittedly, 3 of those deaths were before my character was fully complete. I mean, technically, I'm not fully complete now because I'm still missing some skill points for Shattered Realm and for one quest in Ashes. The other you still haven't completed that because I'm not even in Malmoth. Okay, yeah. And is it only melee fumble, or is it ranged as well? Obviously, ranged attackers will have an easier time keeping a distance, but if it is specifically only melee fumble and not ranged impaired aim, then there is some hope for certain melee-ish characters. Ah, there is the bane of our existence. Let's give you a proper try. You're not beefed up this time. cornered myself. Okay, out of that, I should kill these guys because I think they can heal it. Right? I should actually have cleared a lot more of this space. Also, my dogs are gone. And I haven't resummoned. And you can fire that all in there all you want. Nope. I'm not dodging into that, because there's a pool behind it. Ow, that's the big one. Nope, not getting in that thunder. Thank you very much. Distraction doggos, go! Oh, are you stuck? Ow. Forget I asked. That's a thunder. Where did you come from? Fuck off. Can't you see I'm busy? There's our big attack. There's this pool. I should get out of here, because I don't want to be accidentally dodging into the pool. You are surprisingly healthy still. I think it's life stealing from those, from my hellhounds. Out of that. You are annoying me. Why are you taking so much longer to kill? Last time you died much faster, I feel like. And you were beefed up too, supposedly. Okay, this is a problem, because I now have no place to run. Okay, it timed out good. That was a stupid move. Suddenly, I feel like even though I'm dodging in the wrong place, behind it, when it's sundering me, it doesn't seem to be hitting anymore, for some reason. Last time I couldn't move behind it fast enough to not get hit by the thunder anyway. It was turning too fast. Can you just die already? Yes, you can. Nice. Now, please don't bother me again. I'm gonna banish you as soon as I can. Soul Echo, Soul Fragment. That might be one reason you actually want to keep fighting this thing. If it's reliably dropping Soul Echoes and Soul Fragments, then that is an attraction. If you have a build that can just farm this thing reliably. Thank you. But it feels like it took a lot longer than last time, and I'm not sure why. Is there a modifier? I mean, the damage reduction doesn't matter. Total health modifies 6%, health regeneration. Maybe it was just regenerating a lot. I think it has a pretty decent health regen, right? Just baseline. So maybe this is what was kind of messing with me. Also interesting to note, it dropped Phase Breaker. This is an item that can normally only be found through, well, either Shattered Realm or I'm guessing Crucible as well. And in I think it's ethereal or like aether-touched totems. Like this is a totem-specific item. But the dread can drop it. So I guess it just ignores item restrictions. Would that mean it can drop Apocalypton? Because Apocalypton can only drop from Tempest totems. Blood Song, sure. There's a chest. And no demons in it this time. Ashes of Awakening. Lots of Ashes of Awakening. Thank you. What is this? Oh, that's a thundering. That's a nice visual effect. Yeah, more of you guys. Okay, question. Do I want to beef up the dungeon? I'm definitely going to go turn off the dread one way or another. I'm thinking, I don't know which material it requires though. It's not like I'm particularly interested in anything it can drop for this character. Basically, the main things that I want now are materials. Soul Echo, Soul Fragments, aspects of Baronat, that sort of shit. You're going away. Okay, now it's working. I don't know why it wasn't before. And what do I need to beef up? I shouldn't be clicking on that. That's Tempest Totems. Huh. I need to sacrifice an aspect of Baronath for roguelike spoils. Fuck that. I'm not spending such a rare resource for this. Is that really worth it? It doesn't feel like it was doing much, was it? I had 99% increase and it felt like I was getting nothing. Reputation doesn't matter to me. Double rares, I mean, sure, but not for this character. I could sacrifice Frozen Aster for these word marked chests, because those drop a lot of Ashes of Awakening. And I have good enough amount of Frozen Aster that I can probably afford to do this. This is Nemesis spawns, monster gear. I'm not even sure what this means. 80% chance of monster gear drops. Does this mean that a monster that has a monster infrequent will have an 80% increased chance to drop it? Or does that mean that enemies, because enemies can already drop monster infrequent gear from other monsters on Ascendant, does this mean it increases the chance that you get a monster infrequent from a different monster than the one you killed? I'm not sure how this works. By the way, I'm not really in the business of sacrificing soul fragments currently. So I think I'm just gonna beef up slightly this soul fragment drop rate. And maybe... what was the one more thing? The chests. Once. It should be fine. And again, I'm just gonna beeline it through the dungeon. Which I guess kind of invalidates the whole thing of sacrificing these materials if I'm not gonna be opening the chests. Maybe I do a full clear, but it is getting really late and I'm getting kind of dizzy, I must say, because I've been playing for so long. My concentration and my ability to speak is gonna go down the toilet soon. Okay, these modifiers change, enemies have cooldown reduction again. Nemesis. Yeah, good luck. Door's closed, right? Oh, it's not. Well, fuck me. All right, yeah. As you wish. Immediately shotgun by asunder. I didn't think that does so much damage. Alright, that seems like a good idea to stop then. Yeah, I'm gonna continue this tomorrow. So tomorrow's plan is going to be finish off this fucking dungeon that I have failed twice now. Actually, while I'm here, I'm going to... I see this totem. I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna finish off this dungeon that I failed twice now for stupid reasons, such as the dread, and then getting shotgun by Kaisan. And then finally, I might do some farming of Baronath, because I do want his monster infrequence. Yeah, later, Hunter. Hope to see you. Thanks for hanging around, and hopefully I see you tomorrow. And then after we farm some Baronath, I will probably continue... Not probably, I will definitely continue Ashes of Malmoth. The only question is, am I going to finish Ashes of Malmoth and then farm Baronath, or do I do it first thing tomorrow? I'll decide on that later. I will also update the build link with the new awakened stuff that we have now. So from now on, not in the old videos, but in the videos that I'm gonna be uploading next, or like the streams, and in what is this? Oh, chilling weapons. And in the build, like ! build command in chat from now on, I will basically have the finalized version of this that we are using now, with just what we got. Not necessarily the best in slot, but just what we have. And I will basically not be changing it anymore unless I decide to just really do the swap into the Explosion Hounds. But I feel like I'm basically committed now. It feels like this is working. It has some merit. Might not be the best version of it, but it works. So I think I'm gonna stick with it. So yeah, thank you guys very much for watching and hanging out with me. We've had some ups and downs definitely today, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Hope you get good loot drops, and see you then. Bye bye.